Hey, 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 happy Friday. Sorry, I'm late today. I'm later than I expected to be, but I'm here. Did everybody have a fabulous Thursday night, Friday so far? QB, oh, I gotta send her the link. You guys, there was drama today. If you already know, you already know. I know a lot of you already know, but there was drama llama today. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Here, QB, I'm going to post the link in the chat. Oh, well, she's like, I don't even need the link. Dang. Hey, ma'am.
I was trying to help. I texted you. I was like, I snagged the link.
Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
I
Oh, now
figured.
I see it. Now I see it.
Oh, there it is.
Yee.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. How
So
y'all doing?
tell us what this drama schmama is that's going on. I don't know. All I know is whenever I got up this morning, my phone was dinging left and right from Twitter. And I'm like, juror
Yeah.
number one, juror number two, juror number three, juror number four. Media is
So,
yanked out of the courtroom. The pool camera's gone. Was talking about
yeah.
lagoons and all. What in the world?
So, apparently, nobody informed the cameraman. Excuse my dog for hacking up a whole lung over there.
I didn't hear him.
Oh, good. So apparently nobody informed the cameraman that they were going to bring the juror in. So they bring the juror up to the judge, and the camera is like facing the door where she walked in
Oh, wow.
and caught her on stream. Now, I think the only stream that I know of, and obviously I haven't watched every stream. The only stream that I know of that did not catch her face is Bob and Jay, and that's because um, their banner was covering her face.
Oh,
It
well,
was
thank
just
God
it was
for
just yeah, it
that.
was just like an accident. So most people have taken their streams down. There are people who are like putting her face all over the place, which is just ridiculous. It's not
Mm-mm.
okay.
No.
So the word on the crime street was, and this is not confirmed, but the word was that one of the jurors was at the waterfall
Mm.
and may or may not have spoken to witnesses previously, prior witnesses or coming up or whatever. It's not confirmed. I have no confirmation of but that was the the consensus across all of the YouTube worlds. And Twitter sphere. So they brought her up, and then four, they brought four jurors up total. Supposedly these four all sit together. Okay, I don't know if they're jury one, two, three, and four, juror one, two, three, and four, or whatever, but there was four jurors. So they brought the one juror up.
Uh-oh. Hold on. We got a bouncing QB. Hold on.
Back.
There,
Oh
you back.
Lord.
Yeah, you dropped.
Um. So I don't know what you heard, but there was four jurors. They apparently all sit together in the jury, whatever it's called, box, and so they brought the first juror up. The first juror they brought up is apparently the one that ended up leaving. So they brought one juror, two juror, three juror, four juror. Then they brought the first juror back. Then they brought the third juror back. Then they brought the first juror back. Supposedly the clerk had something that they were looking at. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was paper. I don't know if it was video. I don't know what it was, but they were looking at something. There was that never any contention or anything from what they were reporting from the courtroom that like there wasn't any anger or anything like that. But the first juror was apparently like pleading her case.
Yeah.
Um, and then she waved at everybody and she left.
Wow.
And then I think she waved at everybody and left, and then came back one more time and then left. And then when they brought the jury back in, there was an empty seat. And Bev said that she had left for personal reasons and they weren't to consider it. I doubt seriously it was personal reasons. I don't know
Right.
what it was. But for them to call four different jurors up, uh, I mean, unless it's personal and those four sit together and they've been chatting about it, um, I don't know. But yeah, so anyways, that's the skinny. So they brought everybody back. They took the cameras out. They had the they had the uh what's it called? The Zoom camera that was up that poor woman's nose.
I saw
Um
that. I was like, "Oh my god,
and
you can count all her nose hairs
it
and
was
her chin."
terrible. Yes, it was terrible. I can't wait for you to hear her. She's regardless of what you think, she's a really, really good really, really good witness.
Okay.
She knows her stuff. Now, whether I buy everything she's saying, I'm not sure yet. I want to listen to it again. But she definitely knows her stuff. We cannot watch her on 1.12.25. You may even want to put her on 0.75. Even Bev said, "Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to slow down." She apparently had like 47 espresso shots in her coffee this morning.
I
Um,
saw JB said something. I was skimming through the
oh,
chat, and
we
I
were
was like,
going
"What is
nuts.
JB talking
We
about?
were
Espresso? What?"
we were going nuts. I was like, she had an XXXL coffee this morning, and JB was like, with some espresso, and I was like, 47 shots. But she's really, I mean, she, whether you, I think the information that she gave, it's true and accurate, but it's also, I mean, I don't want to give any spoilers. So, but there's something interesting at the end of her testimony when Yannetti does the cross,
Mhm.
um, that to me speaks volumes. So I can say it now, or we can wait and watch, and then we can talk about it. But uh,
Yeah. I wanna wait
it's
and watch.
okay. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, that's what I said. I don't want to do any spoilers, but she's good. She's cute and she's personable. Like she's not humdrum like a lot of experts. So
Like robotic.
yeah, she's real cute, and she kept saying, "Oh, that's a good question," and we were like, "Ma'am, ma'am." Um, anyways, so that's that. So we should be able to. I think I gave you the timestamp for where it starts, which is 35. Uh, 35 minutes in. Um,
To stream 2, because 'cause we're gonna completely skip stream 1.
yeah, yeah. There's nothing on there. First of all, you don't want to put her face up. I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
telling
the
you what to
juror.
do, but
Right.
you don't want to put her face up. There's people all over Twitter and they're all fighting and it's so stupid. It's like they're like, "Well, it's not my fault that the cameraman put her up there." Well, it's not the cameraman's fault that nobody told him they were bringing her in. So, um, let's not blow this woman out of the water. So anyways, so if you start the second stream and then it looks like hi buddy. Sorry, I gotta say hi to my grandkid. Um, so it looks like they cut their feed like instantly and then started a new feed because it's another 35 minutes in before it even starts. So
Okay.
you're gonna have to scroll through. It should be right about at 35-ish mark
Yeah,
when
it's
the
not giving me the 35, it's giving me, like, 2-hour 40-minute, 2-hour 39,
oh yeah, because you're
there
okay,
we go.
so 35 would have been okay, hold on, let me see. I'm having to do a lot of math today, and I am not a fan of that. Um,
I
okay,
think I
so that was
found
at
it.
10:52. Yeah, if you can just scroll it until you see the long crime thing go off, you'll see Karen Reed.
There it is.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. It's the counter going up until it stops, and then it's going. It's hard to get timestamps that way. You have to math, and it's a whole thing.
Yeah, I know.
I had to math to get that one. But anyway, so that's the yeah, that's the skinny. Morgana.
Well, thank you for the skinny because I was like, what in the world, man? I mean,
Oh yeah, we were watching it in real time going, what I mean, I literally woke up and like was like, what is going on? Like what is actually going on right now? And Twitter was going nuts and it was just but I follow one of the guys that's in the courtroom and guess who's not there today? I think this is hysterical. Guess
Turtle
who's
Boy.
not in the Turtle Boy is not in the courtroom today.
Mm.
I think that's funny. Um, so anyways, I mean, anyways, I'm not gonna talk about him, but not gonna lie. Okay, I am gonna talk about him. Not gonna lie, not a fan, but that short he did with Yannetti and Bang Bang is like so good. You
I don't
can't
know if
play
I
it.
saw that. I saw a little
I
interview that he did with Yannetti outside talking about the
no,
Laughlin guy.
I posted it. Let's see. Let me find it. I'll find it and send it to you. I don't know that you want to play it on. I mean, because it just repeatedly says like the stuff that Colin Albert said.
Oh yeah.
Um, but it's so Jenny. It's so you got to watch it. It's so good. It is so funny. Like I have watched it like 8 times, ma'am. With the ears, seriously. I'm scrolling back through our chat. Um, and you've had that ear thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
uh, okay, that's been there. It is. Um, dang, we were on fire this morning. Uh, I'll send it to you. It's so hysterical. Like I cannot. And you gotta watch. You gotta watch to the end. Just promise me you'll watch to the end.
Okay, I will.
It's so good. I hate that Turtle Boy made it, but it's okay. Let me qualify real quick. You want to put up my banner for QB? No, I'm just kidding. My thing is with Turtle Boy is this: if it weren't for Turtle Boy, we probably would not be following this case. Okay. My problem with Turtle Boy is that he got sucked into the sensationalism of it,
Oh yeah.
and he's now part of the problem. On the free Karen Reed side. There's
Mhm.
the main Karen Reed and the free Karen Reed, and there's the extremes. And he's on the extreme. And I mean, he's one of the ones hollering on Twitter about how, it's free press to put that juror up there. Dude, sit down, man. No.
Oh, where did she go? She popped out again. Hold on.
Ow.
There you are.
Bruh. Cannot with this Wi-Fi today.
Mm.
It's not her fault. It's not her fault that the cameraman wasn't told. It's Judge Bev. It's Bev's fault.
Yeah.
She knew she was going to call her up there. She should have said something. And so anyways, spins because I was scrolling through our chat and I found a link that I thought was the link that I was looking for, but it was your link when I was trying to get. Anyways, if y'all don't know, Spins has a channel.
Uh-huh.
Spin 1652, I think, 53, 56, 1650 something. Y'all go subscribe. She's cute.
She is. We love spins.
We do love Spins. Uh Spence is like, crap. I shouldn't have asked. Anyways, if I think that's it.
Okay.
The second witness, oh my gosh, y'all are gonna lose your freaking mind.
Why?
It's so bad.
Uh-oh.
It's so bad. I'm like, so I was telling Spins and I was telling the girls that another hat that I've worn is I did accident reconstruction. I did investigations for a law firm. And this was way back in the day, like way back in the day. We didn't have like all the tools that they have now. And This dude's reconstruction is awful.
Oh no.
It's terrible. It's like it's 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 awful.
So how
It's
in the world
awful.
does he qualify as an expert?
I don't know. The Commonwealth called him. The Commonwealth. He's from MSP.
Oh my Lord.
He's gone to classes. Yeah, Melanie Little's in the courtroom today. Um,
Wait, who's Melanie Little?
she's in a church. She is basically deep dived this case like Bob and them have deep dived Delphi.
Mm.
She's really good. Actually, she's kind of not my jam per se, but she's really good. She's really good. She knows her stuff. She is a civil attorney in New York, I think. She was huge on representing people who had issues with the Catholic Church, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
And she's also done tons of civil litigation with accidents and stuff like that. Uh, but she's been deep in this since it started. And her and uh, Allie Mata did a group thing together, and it was pretty good. It was really good to have both of them on there. And like strong females, love it, love it.
Nice.
But yeah, like Steph said, this is why they're fighting for these experts not to come in.
Yeah.
I mean, Lally with a whole lie in that motion. I mean, he was making stuff up
Mm.
um, about, oh, they said they weren't going to do this and all this other stuff was a bunch of crap. So, anyways, I really honestly thought you could ask the girls because I said this. I'm like, I wonder if they did this on purpose. Like, did they get a juror to go to Waterfall and cause a whole mistrial? Because is this trial is so bad. And I mean, if you ask the hang Karen Reed people, they say it's bad for the defense. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I
Um,
personally was thinking to myself, I'm like, what if these four jurors like got together and was like, you know what, this is the dumbest trial
yeah,
and we don't want to
yeah,
let this go on any further. Let's
that's what I'm
just
saying.
shut this whole thing down. But it would have caused a mistrial, which wouldn't have helped Karen Reed. But also, it could have been a situation where they would have been like, the state would have been like, you know what,
I don't
we're
think they would have
screwed.
retried her if there was
Let's not.
yeah,
Yeah,
it,
I don't think that they would
no.
retry her after.
The the problem is going to be is that if there's a mistrial or if there's a hung jury, okay, it's really bad. Did I drop off again?
No.
Okay. My TV is delayed, so it looks like I did, but apparently I didn't. So those two instances, I think, are the worst case scenarios because then Karen Reed has no. uh, I mean, they're always going to be the people that think she did it. I mean, there's always going to be those people, anyways. But for me, that's the worst case scenario. If you get a not guilty verdict, at least you can say 12 people 12 of her peers thought that there was no case against her.
Mhm.
Okay. So that to me is the best outcome for her. Um, But no, you'll notice, guess who's not in the courtroom today?
Well, I did see that his parents weren't there.
Mom's not there.
Yeah.
Now Dad's been out sometimes, but Mom Peggy's not there. This is the
Yeah, I
first
heard
time. This is the first day.
I think I saw somewhere on Twitter or maybe it was one of you guys said something about maybe the Emmy is going to be here today because of that.
Could be. That could be. But this is the first day that I know of that she hasn't been in here.
Yeah.
Now apparently there's a chick um that I didn't see it, but apparently the court people in the courtroom saw it, like flipped off Yannetti at the same time when Peggy was doing the arms up, surprise thing.
Yeah, I
That
saw that. I didn't see it
she
happen, but I
No, I didn't
saw
either.
somebody talking about it. And it's
Yeah.
that girl back there in the
She's in the
white.
yeah, yeah,
It's
she's
the
in the
one that I
courtroom.
always say looks like she's got poop on the end of her nose because
Yeah.
she
Yep.
always has this face like she's can smell poop or something.
Yep. She's the one who hey Lauren. She's the one that supposedly, I guess, flipped him off or something, but she's back in the courtroom today.
Mm.
So maybe she's in Peggy's stead. I don't know. But I don't know that we'll get to the Emmy. I don't know. I think Lolly Pop is hiding the Emmy
Yeah.
because she cannot get up there and say she cannot not no wait, that's a QB thing. She she can't get up there and not say that what I'm trying to say that she originally did it as undetermined. She's gonna have to testify to that. It's been in evidence. She can't not testify to that.
Right.
And so I don't know, I think, but I want y'all let's start it because I want the girl is cool. She's cool. Um I don't know if I buy what she's saying. It's not that I don't buy what she's saying. I just don't know that it proves anything or
Okay.
disproves anything. I buy what she's saying. She knows her stuff. She's not wrong, but I don't know that it proves or disproves anything. But the second dude, yo, it's bad.
Pretty bad. I mean, pretty
It's
good, but
so bad.
bad.
It's so bad. Like I could have gone on my iPhone and made the map that he made. Is all I'm gonna say.
Oh Lord.
Like I could
Lord.
have done a markup on a Google Map image on my phone and probably come up with better than what he had.
Hmm. All right. Well, let's get started. I'm gonna say hey to everybody in the chat
I'm
because I forgot.
sorry.
No, you're
I came
good,
in
honey.
hot.
I appreciate the recap because, like I said, I knew there was drama. I just didn't know exactly what and why and when, where, who, what, when, where, why,
Oof.
how. All the things.
It was a
But
whole thing.
QB says, yeah, make sure that you put your DNA all over the thumbs up button, please. I love that you added the replay crew.
I was waiting for you to notice
Hashtag,
that.
hashtag replay.
We love
Thank
the
you.
replay crew.
We do love the replay crew. Hey, Steph. Hey, Henny and Sherry. Hey, Margaret. Oh, Margaret says, good. I'm on time. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Let's see. Spins. Hey, Spins. I heard her talking to you a while ago, but I didn't see you yet.
I said that more quieter because I scared her the last time. Spin.
Spins. Uh, she's gone again. Uh, Margaret says, yeah, they had a morning this morning, right? Apparently. And apparently
Woo.
they spent like 90 minutes. They
Oh
wasted
yeah, it
like
was a
an hour
whole
and
thing.
a half. They got her on camera, yeah. I'm like way behind in the comments, but Steph says after today's stream, I highly recommend subbing to this channel and watching all the videos. And then
It's
she
fun.
linked the channel.
Yeah, Aunt Deb I think
I
is the
think I
name.
saw her post those links.
It's hysterical. It's a dude. It's hysterical.
A mile a minute. Lord, Lord, Lord. Okay, okay. Let me go. Let me go. Wi-Fi just told QB to sit down. Steph's coming in with all the links. Thank you, babe. Auntie Deb's parody videos where you.
Yes.
Hey, Miss King. All right, all right, all right, all right. Lauren, Patricia. Oh, Steph said, Jenny, you gonna tell him what you said about me? Yes, I told Steph. She sent me a very sweet text message, and I said she really has a way with words. Is that what I said? Hold on, let me see. What did I say? Hold on. I said you have the best way with words, and then she replied, "Tell people that in the chat." Oh Lord, he's so accurate with Bev. I can't stand it.
It's hysterical, and the wig is so bad. It's
Yeah.
just he's fantastical.
It's a big yellow wig, right?
It is, yes, it's a big
Yeah.
yellow wig. And then I found one yesterday. I got to go back and find it again. It was like a girl doing a parody about uh she said, "I'm here to try out for the part of Judge Canoni." And she does like this whole skit like she's trying out for a part to play Bev in like a movie or something. It was so hysterical. But that video, that bang bang video, ma'am,
Mhm.
ma'am. My
Mm.
magnets are stuck together, y'all, like stuck.
No.
What? Oh, I got it. Never mind. Nothing to see here.
Steph, I'm not sure because I'd rather people just go watch because I don't know them and they could be a strike like you know what I mean? I don't want somebody to strike me for using their
You talking
content.
about the bang bang? Or are you talking about Auntie Deb?
I think she's talking about the Auntie Deb.
Because bang bang is Turtle Boy, and he probably would strike you.
Mhm.
But she did that girl, that chick that did that uh tryout, she looks just like Bev. Just like her. It was hysterical. She was like, "Good morning, flowers. Good morning." Like when she does the good morning to like all the attorneys and stuff. She's
Uh-huh.
like, "Good morning, flag. Good morning, apple. Good morning, avocado." It's it was too much. It was great.
Oh my lord.
Anyways,
It sounds like a good time. I'll say that.
I'll just see if I find it.
Oh, wait. Steph says he only has like 500 subs because he made the channel solely to get the parodies out more, so he might appreciate it. Okay. Well, tell you what, let's do that later. Um let's do that later. Maybe towards the end of the stream cuz I really want to get this started.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
But yeah, I mean, I can try see. But how long are the videos, do you know?
They're short. I mean, they're like TikTok, so
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the play button. But at this point where we're watching right now, this is when they switched it. This is after the juror thing happened. And so Bev threw the pool jury or the pool camera dude out, and they went to their Zoom cameras. Okay.
Yeah. And this is where she's telling them, this is the very, very beginning before the witness, where she's saying, "You might notice someone missing."
Yeah.
Yeah, you might.
Okay.
All right.
There's a juror who is not with us at this point. There are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. Okay, and we will move on. All right, your first witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Jessica Hyde to the stand.
I like Miss McLaughlin's headband. That's pretty.
I forgot I muted myself. I was laughing.
Right this way. Watch your step, please. You solemnly swear the evidence before the court and jury in the case now hearing should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Ma'am, if you want, that microphone is adjustable. You can put it pretty much anywhere you're comfortable with, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI, College of Technology.
And she
However, I
doesn't slow
attended
down.
several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour in active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
And when about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts, working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I worked there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
From there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
Okay, so Patricia, there was a mishap with the pool camera catching a juror accidentally on camera. So the judge shut down the pool camera issue and is doing the Zoom.
It does come back though. It's not terribly long. I mean, it's like 45 minutes or so, maybe an hour, and then the pool camera comes back.
And so that's why the audio is weird too, Spins. So they're just using their like courtroom cameras versus the actual like media pool camera. Okay. And she does speak very fast. And it is on normal speed, Margaret. I know the angle is horrible.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I would die if I found out the camera angled on me like that too, Margaret. Oh my God.
And then what did you, no, I'm sorry, let me start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to this?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms in their graduate program. I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIGDE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019.
Patricia.
I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012, and I will ascend to, I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics. And I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to this?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means or what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
And so you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer-reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work?
Correct. I performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
And with reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regard to your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I do perform digital forensic analysis on cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Hexordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, et cetera. So a combination of casework, education, and research.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could turn your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at 2 specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regards to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you essentially received reports from the trooper from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those 2 reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis here?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do from there?
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used.
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to ARTX, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting a forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as the SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase I-T-E, and SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now, once you received the extraction, made the copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion.
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered. And sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were 2 searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those 2 searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the 2 reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the 2 search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your, starting, if you could, walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, and just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of these search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, et cetera. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Haslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Cool. Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a WAL file winds up containing, your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, et cetera, as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the WAL file. We only get the WAL file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a WAL file, and so that WAL file is going to contain both a data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you closed the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted, specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the WAL file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct. And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
What do you mean, QB, about the needing to be a lot of cases need to be reviewed?
Because you might want to mute that because it sounds like it's on life support for a while there.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know if you want to stop it.
here, let
It's
me,
like, beep.
there we go. Let me pause it though. Okay, go ahead.
So basically, there's a couple things. One, she's saying that a deletion is not necessarily a deletion. Okay.
Right.
So that's a problem because you have a lot of cases where they've testified, oh, he deleted this and he deleted that and he deleted this and he deleted that. And it lends to the guilt or innocence of a person. Why are they deleting all this stuff? Well, were they actually deleting it? Or she's calling out Miss King. Patricia's calling out Miss King. I have a thing on my fence to remind me to shut down all my tabs at the end of the day, to make me do it because I don't do it. The other thing is that I don't know if it's come up yet or not, but she goes to like what Celebrite's information is, and that it's not, depending on how you look at it, it's not completely accurate. Well, everybody uses Celebrite. Like
Yeah.
everybody uses Celebrite. Like let's take the most recent Murdaugh. So if that information is not accurate, as she is saying, or there's a different way to interpret it, then that could be a problem.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, but you'll see, I told y'all, pay attention that he said there was a specific data that you were looking at.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be important later. But, and I missed it the first time. I only caught it this time because I know what gets said. But, yeah, so, I mean, I think my personal opinion is I think she's a great witness. I think she's very personable. She knows her crap like inside and out. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Very smart. She's I'm like um
Girl
nerd
crush.
fanning. Yes, I'm nerd fanning so bad right now because she's cool.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure she has dreads underneath that cap, which is cool. So but she's looking at specific data. And so she even says herself, depending on how you look at it, depends on, or where you get the data from, which file you're looking at, depends on what determination you make. So that leaves
Yeah.
things open, really open for interpretation. So, anyways, that's my nerd spiel.
I really did like her analogy of the food
That
could
was
have
so good. That's why I
yeah.
said she's such a good witness, because she's likable and she's breaking down these extremely, for lack of a better word, nerdy terms and nerdy practice or processes into a very easy bite-sized piece of information that you can process.
Right.
And it's good. She's good. She's good, and she's cute, and she's funny. She's like, she thought she got the guy's name wrong, but then it was right, and she was like, "Oh, yay!" And
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, she's a really good witness. But I think if you pay attention to what she's actually saying, I don't know. One, I don't know that it totally disproves when the search was or not, or I can see where she's saying it wasn't deleted, which is fine because I never was convinced that Jen McCabe was smart enough to go in there and delete it anyways. Maybe her IT husband, yes. But the other thing is that whether or not Jen McCabe searched that, for me, is not a breaker for the case. I mean, it's definitely huge because if she searched it at 227, then she knew he was out there. But as far as everything else goes, there's so much other yeah, Miss King, I'm not even looking at mine right now. Um, I think I have 75 tabs in my Safari, and that's in my main page, but then there's like I have a page for true crime and I have a page for this and I have a page for that. And so yeah, it's a whole thing. Um, but yeah, so for me personally, um, I mean, yeah, if she searched it and it's proven she searched it at 227, then that's a slam dunk. But if it's not proven or undetermined whether she did it at 227, for me, that doesn't break the case for me. There's too much other information, crazy crap that sheds reasonable doubt that to me, it doesn't break it for me personally. Anyways, sorry. Apparently, I had espresso this morning. I did. I did not. I'm a little. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, well. All right. Well, let's get going. I just wanted to see what you meant by that
Does
because
that make sense though?
it does. It makes all the sense, you know?
Because I mean, like, and like, take Murdaugh. They Celebrate had him down to the inch of where he
Right.
was.
Right.
Okay, so Is that accurate? Is it not accurate? You know, I didn't watch his trial, so I'm not positive, but were things deleted on his phone? Were they really deleted? Were they kind of I mean, I'm not saying he's innocent by any means. I'm only using him because it's the most recent. But think about all the cases that you celebrate.
Right.
Like that's the go-to.
Yeah. And, I mean, I don't want to think that because then you're right. A lot of cases would have to be looked at. But
I think she looked at one portion of one set of one part of the data because they hired her to come in and do just that to disprove this. And I think she's absolutely casting doubt on whether it was deleted or whether it was done at 227 or any of those things. But it's just that specific information. That's it. And as smart as she is, I'll say this later. I'll save it for later. But it's the thing that gets me that I said when this first came on was that they have a guy from Celebrate, Wellborn, Welshin, Well something, and Washburn. I don't know. I'm making up names. It starts with a W. But
she's like, it's one of those. It's something like that.
What are you posting? Uh-oh. You find something you like. So they have a guy, like the Commonwealth has a dude from Celebrate. And I'm like, how are you going to get this dude to get up there? He works for, actively work for Celebrate right now. How are you going to get this dude to go up there and go, oh, by the way, everything that you guys have ever based anything on is not correct. It's not how it works. And so, I don't know. I'm wondering, why did he put her up first? Are they going to put Celebrate up there and not, ask him about this particular stuff? Because in that case, Celebrate would go bankrupt. That would be, they would be done.
Well, they would be they
would be done. I mean, you're telling me that for all these years we've depended on your accuracy to put people in jail, and now you're saying, well, but
it wasn't super accurate. But
yeah, it's not airtight.
Enough.
It's not airtight. If you looked at it this way, it could be this. I mean, I just don't know how they're gonna. And he might. Lollipop, not. I'm sorry, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed sometimes, and I don't know. Maybe they will, but I just was. It was interesting to me that they put her on first.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Amy, why? I don't know. Anyways, and he don't come second because it's the Reconstruction guy.
Right.
The state police. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go. Watch.
Oh, hey, Amy. Miss King says, oh, those tabs, I have 28 pages on my phone. I have no idea of how many in my browser. I will have to clean that up. So I'm kind of the same way. I'm really bad. Whenever I go to the browser on my phone, I always just click add a new tab, add a new.
Yeah. I currently, let me pull it up because I think it was 75 at last check because I don't know why I pay attention to it. 78. So there's 78, but that's in my main. Then I don't know how many's in this one because it doesn't tell me because it's named. There's probably 15 in that one, and then for nail, I have
how many on mine it says 252 tabs.
Ma'am. Well, my thing is too. Did she say? Did she say? Did she just tell everybody how to get away with murder?
I don't know.
Do we just all open tabs and then leave them open and then search stuff and then go to a different tab and search stuff and it's just going to say oh, well, that tab was open 3 days ago, so that's when the search was. But actually, I did it today. I mean, Miss King, she's got 189. Y'all are killing me.
You
It's
thought you were
gas.
bad.
I did. I thought it was bad. I go in and close mine though. Like I go in and okay, so
I
I go
close
in
my apps, but I don't
no
get rid of my tabs.
research exactly, Amy. Research. It's all research. It's in the name of research.
There you go. There you go.
And I don't know if you know or not, but what I'm talking about is different folders. You can break your Safari tabs into separate tabs.
Yeah.
And so I have 78. Oh geez, I just closed one that I didn't mean to close. I have 78 in my main. But then I just closed something else. I didn't mean, let me stop touching it. I'm panicking now because I don't know what I closed. But yeah, research. It's research. But what I was talking about earlier on Finch is I have a thing because Zabi called me out because I sent her a screenshot and she's like, "Ma'am, do you have a thing on there to actually like close your apps at the end of the day?" And I'm like, I so do. Like it's on my Finch, it's a reminder. And so I go through at the end of the night and I close all my apps down to just Finch. But then like 5 minutes later, there's like 87 apps open back up because I can't not be looking at stuff.
So for me, it's like, what's even the point? Like I use them, you know?
It's hard. Yeah, but it's hard on your memory. It's hard on your battery. It does a lot. And for someone who just had to finagle a way to get a new phone without paying $275 because the battery was jacked, I'm stupid careful with it now. I did not pay, by the way, I did not pay $275, just saying. But that's it. Poor Amy, it's like, wait a minute. This on your phone? Yeah, we're talking about our phones, ma'am. I think
like, good God.
I think Miss King wins though. I think Patricia, go get your mama.
Hey, I beat her. I have 252.
Oh yeah, no, you are. Oh my, ma'am. Also, did you post what you found that you like that you mad about? Because I want to see what you like.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go look. All right,
Okay.
let's go.
Let's go.
Go. I like her glasses.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen? I'm seeing the pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Let me, oh, yes.
So using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in a specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that is timestamped in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of this search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, et cetera. If that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOF long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hockomock Sports. Hockomock. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hockomock Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in Cache DB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating in all likeliness that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the...
Can I stop you?
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation, of that being in both of those, the P list and the other database. Why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the P list for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food? Based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2smooth.apple.com.
Amy, you don't have to be, she says, okay, I'll be quiet. You don't have to be quiet. You chat right on. I know that the chat is quiet sometimes. We're a small bunch over here. But yeah.
You just saying all the things we thinking.
Right. I keep my mic muted for the most part while the trials are going on, just because I have a lot of background noise at my house with 2 kids and a dog and a husband that's home on today, so anyway, I didn't want you to think that I wanted you to be quiet, because that's couldn't be further from the truth.
That's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 623, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the Knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari P list. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 624, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the Knowledge CDB and the P list. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAW files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading is 2:27:40 in the morning as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
That question, let me rephrase. So as far as the 2:27 tab is closed and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
2:27 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 227 timestamp and the 623 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 227, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 624, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 227, when the Hawk Mock Sports was
Hey,
searched.
Chaloon.
I apologize for not being
Ray.
familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine, yeah. Now, if I could ask you at this point, as you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact.
Mm-hmm.
If you could remind the jury of what that is, and if you could explain that.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab. And that's because if you look at the end of the file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes.
Sure.
Refer to my notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at Table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is Table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the latest form that you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance is depicted in Table 2 up on the screen.
So Table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really understand Table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the history DB wall file. And that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs. And the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want. And in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs. And it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the browser state DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function. Or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari plist, and this one actually tells us, the date here gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work, and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log or the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking, your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Celebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Celebrite extraction, is there, what if any further analysis do you do to sort of look behind?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Celebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the WAL file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the WAL file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the WAL file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the WAL file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file, because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a WAL file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the WAL file itself doesn't mean deletion. But there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And again, Ms. Hyde, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is Figure 1. This is a direct screen capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that laser pointer, Again, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in Figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This, and more importantly, are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB. And
I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turn your attention back to Figure 1. What, if anything, else of significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis here?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried.
Sorry, objection.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clear she knows her stuff, but it's a lot of I don't want to say like word vomit, but to people who don't know what she's talking about, it's basically word vomit.
It's good info, but he's dragging it out like he always does.
Right, right.
And all they're going to remember is blah, 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 blah. Returned the steak because it was medium rare, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, anyways.
Sidebar City. All right. Oh, Amy, honey, hold on a minute. I have the same, I mean, I have a brother who, now this man knows, my brother knows that I don't know anything about tool making. I mean, he's a tool and die maker, you know. I don't know anything about any of that. But he'll have a full on conversation about that or anything else for that matter that he knows everything about and I know nothing about. And he'll talk like I know I'm like, yeah, wow, that's cool. Hmm. Hmm. And it wears me out.
That's where you start going, mm-hmm,
Yeah.
uh-huh, mm-hmm.
Mm. It wears me out. And every once in a while, when I've had enough, I'll look at him and I'll say, "You know, I have no clue what you're talking about, right?" And just shake his head like everybody else should know what he's talking about. I'm like, I have no clue what 7/8 of a tenth this degree that is, and this particular metal, and no, I don't know. Love you though. She looks really pretty today. That Miss McLaughlin or whatever her name is.
Ms. Hyde, I'm sorry. So you had, I think when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, you used the term we. There are other individuals that worked on this particular assignment.
I had somebody peer review and test my testing, so they didn't work on the case. But as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that
I conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically, I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. Hyde, just continue as far as your testing.
Absolutely. Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken. And the changes that happened, what I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we change the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed because I could see the differences of what the data
you guys not hear me over the audio?
When I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps and those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic, forensic extractions, forensic investigator,
Yes,
as well as working also in research and development. Is that correct?
correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you have reviewed both Trooper Garino's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues, of course, of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th. Based on the artifact recovered from Browser State DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the Browser State DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that, that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die and cold, Haas long to die and cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking for?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach? The court, please.
This must be when they were on a break.
Yeah, there was a whole kerfuffle about what was going on. This is when they switch. It'll be for a while, but this is when they switch to the other cameras. So I don't know if there's another feed for Law and Crime, because it looks like you're at the end of that one. No, you're not. Never mind.
No, I got
I'm looking at something. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
So I typed my questions in the chat, but the whole premise that the Commonwealth said was that the search at 6:23 picked up the time at 2:27 because that's when the tab was open. But that is not the search that picked up that 2:27 time. The search that picked up that 2:27 time was how long to die in the cold. The search she did at 6:23 was how long TI die CIKD. So why didn't that 12, if that's their premise, why did she just testify that the how long die in the cold picked up? And she said 12:47. It's not 12:47. It's 2:20. Or I'm sorry, she said 2:47 is 2:27. But why didn't that 6:23 misspelling pick up that 2:27 tab and not the second one that she did?
I don't know.
Yeah. Because
I
their
don't know.
theory was that whenever you make a new search, it's going to pick up the time that that tab was open. And then the next search will pick up the time, blah, 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 blah. So why didn't that 6:23 verbiage show up at 2:27?
Right.
That's just, so here comes Unetti. It's going to be short. Just pay attention, though.
Okay. Does he ask any good hard-hitting questions?
It's not really hard hitting, but it's for me, it clarifies everything.
Okay. All right. Amy says it's so hard to figure out a bunch of drunks and jealousy. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, it's safe to say everybody involved was drunk but the dog.
Bro, he was drunk in his cruiser and they just passed over it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. It's systemic. It's freaking systemic. Sorry. I said I was having a curse day, but I was not going to curse on stream. So it's systemic. The whole thing, all of it, the misogynist, the drinking and driving, it's no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's either statewide or canton-wide. But the fact that Proctor felt comfortable enough to text his superiors the stuff that he did, and the fact that he was out with Kevin Albert drinking and driving in his cruiser, and he still has a job.
Yeah, that's enough to blow my mind. That's enough to just like.
And they did, the MSP made a statement back in like August of 2023, and they have made no statement since.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, yeah, we know.
Well, and the dude wasn't even just, I mean, like he tried to say, oh, we went to this whatever and then just stopped to have dinner and a couple beers.
And a couple beers. It's always a couple beers.
Mm-hmm. But then he has enough, he was drunk enough to tell the next day through a chat, a text message, yo, I'm so hungover.
Yep, and I'm going to go get a couple drinks so I can feel better.
Can you look and see if my badge is in there? And oh, I think I left my gun in there too.
Yeah, did you find my gun? What if he was drunk out there with his gun and these hotheads? And I done lost track of who was in the fight with Brian Albert. No, was it Brian? I don't know, but all these hotheads drunk and with a gun. Come on, man. Cut it out.
All right. Let's go.
Let's go. I sent you a text.
Oh, okay. I'll go look.
It's for later.
Okay. Now they're back on the jury pool cameras. Not jury pool, good grief. The media, they've got their pool camera back in there instead of the Zoom, thank God. Now we're back to good audio and good video.
Thank you. Maybe see you close that. Just like to step.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth that seeks to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 for Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr.
There is
Kennedy.
no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just Table 1, Table 2. I think the order I gave. Thank you. And thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts that led you to conclude the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database,
Yes.
knowledge C database.
Yeah. plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
that's fair. Fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way and hope I
Repeat it. Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer, you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify. The question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Or no,
I
okay.
What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction, you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Oh. And Detective Tully instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history.
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were not instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Of course. Well,
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are also.
Ooh,
thank you very much.
that came in at the perfect time.
Did you see that? Did you
Of
see
course.
that?
Yeah.
It was
All right,
so
Mr. Lally, your
good.
next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
That was good. She's like, of
It was
course,
so good.
objection.
This brilliant human who just spewed out all this information by heart, you limited her. You limited her to just the Google search.
Mm-hmm.
And she was hired after Green, which is their expert, after Green's report was submitted. Oh, this guy. Did you get?
She's gone. There, and she's back. Hold on.
Bro.
Did you get my? And that was it. I got your
I said-
text. Yeah.
Okay, I just want you to hang on to that for a minute.
Okay.
The girl in the white on the left with the brown hair that was just laughing, she's the one that flipped Yannetti the bird.
Yeah.
Watch your step for me.
She's the one with the stink face.
Yep.
Just officer, the other the court and jury in the case down here, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Morning.
Good morning.
Thanks, afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for sure?
Trooper Joe Paul, that's Paul.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And
12.5 years. I apologize.
And where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section, otherwise known as CARS, our recon.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction of the cars?
That was for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit, prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the cars unit is concerned, about how is that sort of divided up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, the Northeast, Central, and the Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And currently, how many troopers are assigned to this specialized reconstruction within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate. We rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, prior to you entering into the cars unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when I before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at scene crash investigation. Next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the cars unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been a part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the cars unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units. That's anything from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currentently certified through Burlap for examiner and a technician. I am a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently I've attended multiple seminars, and most recently I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other trainings that you received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes?
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Now, if I can focus specifically just for a moment on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned, how does one obtain?
Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test, and part of the you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set up a time for the test. We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion? What does that consist of?
The practical portions is you basically have to analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you can find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you've successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing educational component attached to it?
There is a continuing educational component attached to it. The test is it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rates when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20-something of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed it at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Now, over the course, let me ask you this: when you first sort of enter into the CARS units, are you just sort of go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point, you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel like if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on the road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the CARS or the reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I've probably assisted another 100, 150 crashes. And
of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to, investigated, if you know, percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So, I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, do inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt pretensioners.
And what you were referencing before as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done, as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
Yes. There are 2 ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module, or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. Direct to module, we don't use a direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Now, once that information is extracted, what, if any, training have you received in regard to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation in this case?
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time of that crash occurred?
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On February, to Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called the CERT team?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 135 and 136. That's just you got to finish. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson.
That's okay.
You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have Exhibit 136. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
I do.
This is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least when this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the roadway or the conditions of the roadway, absent obviously the weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
I mean, you can take that. Thank you. Forgive me, Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to retrieve that.
Lally is his last name, Mimi, the prosecutor.
Yep.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll see you through some minutes next to the exhibit.
No objection.
I'll need to.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish these first return to the witness.
Yes.
Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, what you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now marked as 582?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you, sir. If you could, using that laser pointer directs the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road.
All right. So this is Fairview Road, all facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be onto the left in this area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if any things did you note about sort of roadway surface or markings on the roadway or general overall condition of the road?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference, anything significant with the roadway.
As far as the roadway material, were you able to observe whether or not it was sort of asphalt, concrete, or anything?
Right. Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
And as far as the markings within the roadway, what if any observations you made of those?
There was double yellow stone line, white fog lines both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after, the roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the roadway or adjacent to the fog line, what if anything did you observe there?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides, and there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side with the asphalt curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview is located on, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And to recall, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, I believe it's 583. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as 583?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you know as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Can I approach this to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Now, Trooper, with regard to the roadway as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road will be on the left-hand side of the road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean?
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you termed it, map this.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
And with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that, can you explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents, ask you to just review those.
Okay.
Finish.
Y'all want to do an intermission?
They said you were taking an intermission.
I'm taking an intermission, yeah, but does everybody else want an
You-
intermission?
You remember in the movies where it'd be like, let's all go to the lobby
Yes.
and get your popcorn and your soda?
Yeah. Oh, Chalene's having more pho. I don't know.
Oh, what pho?
I'm gonna have to go look and see what I got. Probably go for something healthy. I don't know. We'll
Like
see.
just peanut butter and chocolate?
Sherry, I want to know for everybody in the room, how long did it take you to get through that door? It's not taking me very long.
You need that little owl in the Tootsie Roll Pop.
How many spoonfuls does it take
Does
to
it
get
take?
to the bottom of the Jif peanut butter chocolate?
I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't opened mine yet. I got to cut up some apples. Because the apples. I want you that picture I sent you via text. It's going to be useful in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
And I want you to understand, I did that on my phone in about 10 minutes time. What do you mean?
No, I'm saying because that's him being the professional, and you can do it in 5-10 minutes on your phone.
To be fair, I mean, okay, I'm trying not to dog this man out, right? To be fair, when I did it, we didn't have all the Google Earths and the drones and the this and that. We actually had to, I don't know, drive the road and go down to the scene and place markers and do all the things. But I mean, anyways, I'm just saying.
Margaret says 1, 2, 3. 3 licks to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll Pop. All right.
I have leftover Taco Bell, but I had for snacky snack, I had my cream cheese and pretzels.
Yum. We had the Thursday night, or wait, no, was it Wednesday night? Instead of Culver's, we ended up getting the chicken tender baskets from Dairy Queen.
Ooh.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yum, yum, yum. Oh,
yeah.
I am well aware that my network connection is lost. There's an outage. Thank you, Miss Captain Obvious. My TV just went, your network is lost. Really? Are you sure?
You're late to the party.
You're like court TV.
Right? You're fired.
You're fired.
All right. Okay, so what do you want me to do?
You don't have to do anything with it. I sent it to you for my own edification. Because when I saw that, I was like, bro. So he's talking about, I just want you to understand, he's talking about he's taking drone images and this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. Now remember, Mine is going to be just as accurate as his because they have no markings as to where these things were that he's
Yeah.
marking.
Yeah.
So the places I pulled out of my butt to put them at are about as accurate as the places he pulled his.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was no locators. There wasn't even, they didn't even put markers down.
Right. I mean, well, one point the other day they were talking about that. He's like, well, I mean,
we had already discovered so many things. We just decided not to GPS mark it.
Well, and he said something about distant. It was what did he say? And I can't remember Yannetti or Alan. One
It was
like
about 2 feet. It was about,
yeah, and he's
like
but what your version of not very far and my version of not very far
exactly
would be two totally different things, and yeah.
everybody's got a different. Everybody's testifying to a different. Oh, it was 3 feet to the left. No, it was sitting on top of the fire hydrant. No, actually, we just placed it there to get a good picture of it. Well, what did y'all do? I mean, them people on CSI are watching this going, look, listen, we're not them people. Anyway.
Mm.
I'm just saying, it's just, I can't. So their reconstructionist is from Massachusetts State Police. Just bear that in mind. The same people that brought you Proctor. Just saying.
Can never go wrong with chicken strips. Steph, I used honey mustard at DQ, but when I go to KFC, I really like that sticky sweet. I think it's called like sticky chicky sauce. That stuff
Not
is
the
really
sticky chicky.
yum yum yum.
Colonel went too far when he made the pizza. He made a chicken pizza.
Yeah, that was weird. What, you mean
Stop
gravy
that.
stuff? Do you mean gravy?
Gravy.
It's gravy.
The white gravy.
Yeah, it's like breakfast gravy.
Yeah, that's the best gravy. There's a place here that when you ask for gravy, they say white or brown. I'm like, I love you.
Well, I mean, they do that here too. I mean, everywhere.
It's a southern thing.
Yeah.
No, you can't get white gravy everywhere.
No, I mean here, at all the restaurants, they'll be like, "Do you want white or brown gravy?"
Yeah, they don't do that
and
here.
see, for us, white or brown gravy means breakfast gravy or dinner gravy.
Yeah, dinner gravy. Yeah. But
yeah, it is white gravy without the sausage. Yeah. Dale loves it. I'm not a big. I mean, for my chicken strips, I'm like, I don't need gravy. But Jolie eats gravy by the spoonful. She loves it.
That's my girl. That child is my spirit child, I'm telling you.
She literally will eat a bowl of just gravy.
Also, her helping you on that unboxing.
Oh, yeah.
Melted my whole entire heart. Like, I would give you 5,000 views, and I love you, but I would give that video 5,000 views just to see her little hand rubbing that. When you were talking about her hair and she was like rubbing the hair.
Yeah.
She was so cute. Loved it so much. Anyway.
She is cute.
And her little diamond painting, don't you give that baby no hard time about her squares. Her squares are perfect.
I know. And I don't give her a hard time.
Mine look like that too when I first start. But she was so cute. She was looking hard for them symbols too. You were talking about the symbols, and she was looking. She was gonna help you out. She's like, "Are they on the book?" Told you I watched
Yep.
it a couple times.
It was so cute.
It was adorable. Loved it.
Mm,
I'd link it if we were allowed to, but
no,
I know I'm not. Anyways, oh, everybody already saw it. See, I don't have to. Anyway,
Mhm. Okay, do I want to do an intermission or do we want do you want me do you want me to leave it and let you talk or to the people or do you
no,
want me
just
to go ahead
go,
and play?
just play it. Play it. Go get
Okay.
your snack. Take your intermission. Go potty. Do your thing. If they have a break, I can talk over.
Okay. All righty. All right. Hold on. Let me go back to the page. Where was it? There it is.
I don't know. I can't see on
Do
my
you
TV.
recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image, is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm on to introduce the minutes next four exhibits. No objections. Yes, that's my fault. Thank you very much. Sure. Trooper Paul, are you familiar with the term, well, let me ask you this, in regard to the roadway itself, what if anything else beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what if any other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
And let me ask it this way, as far as with elevation or incline of the roadway, what if any measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that? Sort of the entire street or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements as far as, well, let me ask you this, how is measurement regarded to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, the digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training and experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
That's roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle, pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences there are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped, or a vehicle. Usually after collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control, usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as exhibits 584 to 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have a diagram. And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen, is that what you have before you as first in that exhibits?
Yes, it is.
Now, using the laser before you could, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention or direction to what, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram.
Okay. Who is the pointer? Okay. So in this time, I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final arrests, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow that would be pointing to where the final arrest is. And this is where a glass cup was found, and these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found, and the pedestrian's shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue is one's the fire hydrants, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and obviously the street name Fairview Road here.
Now, as far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the diagram?
So we're talking about like, so on these diagrams, like it's hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put a roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but there's, I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They're used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imagings will use those in order to help put the all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet, and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is a second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I have my thing, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for the specific measurements?
Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, trooper, with regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured sort of directionality as far as the 9 feet that the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final rest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final rest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of this, or if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final rest is, and then as far as the directionality of southeast from that, where is it?
Okay, so right here, pedestrian's final rest, it's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow pointing north to kind of give it extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found like right next to him. So.
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, again, that was 7 feet. Which direction was that, sir?
That one was east, so it's right here.
As far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast. So we're about over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram is B. How far was that and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that was found right here.
Okay. Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before your diagram number 2, if I could have that, please. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just a closer up version of it. So we had, yeah. So you saw the pedestrian's final rest, glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, or depicted sort of from where the words are to where the items were, is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3 to go. And again, Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury, what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah, so this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams are created from photographs that you took with the drone overhead on that day of February 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibit within those. And again, sir, if you could, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
Could you describe to the jury again using the laser pointer to delineate what, if anything, is significant to observe in this drone photograph and diagram you have on?
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house, there's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Someone you can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the lunch and recess? Trooper Paul will have you back with us a second, okay? And if you follow the jurors out, please.
All rise for jury.
And jurors, why don't we take 45 minutes?
You are muted.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Had my mouth full.
I just realized that Eliza Little is at a different spot on the table today.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it looks like, let me go back. Come on. Looks like she dismisses the jury at right before 5, but they're doing a voir dire on Trooper Paul. So, did you see my map in comparison to his map? I'm just saying.
I did.
You're
I
eating.
did.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's good. I
Eat
didn't
your
expect her
food.
to go to lunch that quick. Oh no, somebody posted Haas long before the civil suits, Lord.
I said something about I don't remember what I said. I said Haas long something this morning. Like I can't even say how right anymore. Totally ruined it for me. I just was saying, like, with all the stuff that he said he had, like that he used the drone footage and the markers that weren't there, and it was 9 feet from the body. And when I put a ruler up to the page, it's to scale. Bro, there is no scale. There's no scale. They didn't mark anything. There's no scale. I mean, to be fair, they basically only have a general idea of where Officer O'Keefe was because they swooped him up and put him in the ambulance. I mean, that's typical on a pedestrian hit. You don't exactly, unless there is something specifically. Hi, ma'am. They can't hear you. Squeaker says hi. Unless there's something specifically, it's very hard to say, okay, they were right here, unless someone gets there and marks it, which we know they didn't do.
Right.
Anyways, I was just being a smart butt, and my inner nerd was coming out, and I was like, dang, I can make one of them in my phone in like 10 minutes.
Karen Reed trial watchers.
I even put the street name on there. Huh?
Sorry, Jesse was
popping up.
And he's in a different spot.
Ma'am, when I tell you that this cat is nose to nose with me right now, like she literally, he's like, tell them I said hello. I did tell them.
Hi, Squeaker.
They said hi back. They can't hear you. I'm sorry. I got my noise filtering on. I know. I wish you could hear her because she's like, meow, meow, meow. I love you. Yes. I know. Oh, I think Spins has heard her a couple times.
Oh yeah.
But she talks back. He talks back. Yes, sure does. Anyways, I mean, you just speed it up. Did you speed it up?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm at the spot. It always sounds like a cafeteria in there.
Telling you, I said in the first week, I was like, "Who's doing? Jenny, are you doing dishes?"
She did.
Stop
She asked
it.
me that.
I did. I was like,
I
"Will
think you
stop
even sent me
doing
a text
dishes?"
message,
I
and she's
did.
like, "Are you doing dishes?" I'm like, "No."
She's like, "I'm in my office. I'm not doing dishes." I was like, "Who's doing dishes? Stop."
It
The thing
literally sounds
today,
like silverware on tables,
yep,
and
and the thing today though, when they had the Zoom thing on there, like their white noise sounded like somebody was on life support. And I
no,
was
beep,
like, beep,
beep.
beep. And I was like, no, I can't. Please make it stop.
Spin says hi, Squeaker.
Hi, Squeaker. She says hi. You know she says hi. You know, this cat, she stuck her whole paw in my Z sauce the other day. She best be lucky I was done with it. She doesn't stick her face in anything. Anything small, like their water bowl is very wide and their food bowl is very wide because she won't, I don't know what happened to her before I got her, but she will not stick her face down in something. She uses her paw. I'm sitting here and she's sitting on my lap, right? And I'm holding my Z sauce in one hand and I just got done. I was dipping my fries in it. And I felt it. I felt like pressure on it. I look over, she's got her whole paw inside of my sauce. Took a big old scoop of it and licked it off her paw.
Oh my Lord.
Glad I was done with that, ma'am.
Right?
She says, I like it.
She's like, sharing is caring.
Even with like cereal, like milk or whatever, which I don't give them people food for the most part. But like if she wants to dip her paw, like when I'm done, if she wants to dip her paw real quick or whatever, I'm fine with it. But even with milk, she won't stick her head in the bowl. She just, and I don't, just so y'all know, for anybody who's skeeving out right now that don't let their pet eat off their dishes, I don't use real dishes because I don't wash dishes. So I use
You're a
throw
paper
away. I
bowl.
am. So my people can do whatever they want with them because when they're done, they go in the trash, and that is something I choose to do because I did dishes and cooked for 25 years, and I'm not doing it no more.
Yeah.
So I literally, I do not. So yeah, she'll stick her paw in my milk. There's one of them she don't like. I think it's the Fruity Pebbles one. I don't think she likes that one.
Oh.
She is bumping me with her nose, ma'am.
She wants something.
I wish they could see you, but they can't. Because then I'd have to show me, and we're just not doing that. Meow. She went, meow, meow.
Meow.
Here, I'll show you. It's her birthday, actually. It was her birthday Wednesday. She's 12.
Oh.
Here,
Happy
I will.
birthday, Squeaker.
I'm Squeaker. Let me show you. Before we go back, I'll show you my favorite picture of all time. Oh, there's my Noel. I forgot that one's good too. Select. Where's the other one? There it is. She has RBF, like always. I just sent you the
Oh, did you send it to me?
texted you 2 pictures. Yeah. You just cannot be bothered with people. The one where she's in the box, we were moving and she was like, I have had enough of all of you. I'm getting in the donate box. Take me to wherever you're donating the things because I don't want to be here anymore. I think they just went through because, my Wi-Fi is dead.
Oh, the donate box is cute.
I came around the corner. She was sitting in the donate box. I was like, ma'am. Auntie Spence loves you.
That's so cute. That's so cute. I would show you guys, but I ain't turning my camera on. Not today. Not today.
Not today.
Not today. I was out and about in the yard this morning and
Oot and a
I
boot,
ain't had a
making the pool
shower
work.
and I feel gross. So
Do you feel gross?
I do. I need a good shower after messing with all that junk today.
I'm gonna tell you what, I'm taking 2 showers a day until Monday.
Mm.
You wanna know why?
Is that something the doctor said, or is it because you know that
No,
you're not
because
gonna
I'm not gonna be able to take a
shower?
daggone shower for God knows how long. I'm like, bump that. I have to take one. I do have to take one Sunday night and Monday morning. Both times I got to do the antibacterial, whatever. But I decided that I'm taking a shower in the morning, a shower at night for till Monday. And then I'm going to go cut all my hair off.
Oh no, you're gonna go cut it all off?
I'm contemplating it.
Well, I mean,
I can't talk. Either that or I'm going to have to go somewhere and have it washed. I'm not going to be able to wash it. And I measured it the other day to see, because you have to have 8 inches to donate. And I knew it was longer than 8 inches because, I mean, I've donated it before. But I was like, okay, if I keep a little bit of hair, because last time I did it, I shaved the underneath of my hair. And so I was like, to keep a little bit of my hair, I'll come off of it like 4 inches. So with the 4 inches, my hair is 17 inches long from the base of my neck. Did you hear me? Or
yeah, sorry, I'm still eating.
oh, my bad. I was like,
No, I
where's she
just I
go?
mute myself in between because I don't want you guys to hear me eat. It's so gross. I hate hearing people eat.
Did you hear me? 17 inches from the base
That
of
is
my
a
neck.
lot. That's a
It's
lot.
down, it's past my butt. My buttocks.
Past your booty.
So I was like, I could legit like, and thank God I have thick hair because the Hashimoto's, I lose like handfuls and handfuls and handfuls of hair a day. And if it wasn't thick, I would not have as much as I do. But I was like, I could cut it, have enough to donate it, and still have enough left over to not like. I mean, I like it short, but I want it to be long when I go back to Uganda because I like when they braid it.
Oh yeah. Morgana says cute dimple.
Thanks. I like yours too, ma'am. Oh no, that's your mama's. Yours is a cute butt. Your mom's has got the dimple. Y'all don't ask. It's okay. Hi, squeaker. All
Steph,
right.
I am eating away. I'm eating a Caesar salad though, so and I had some leftover steamed veggies that I threw in here on top of it. So I'm trying to do the good thing.
I'm gonna eat my leftover Taco Bell. I bought a meal for 2 and fed myself for 2 days.
That's what I would love.
That's
I would
a deal
love
of this.
Chicken fajitas. That's what I want.
Ooh, some real ones, not like yeah. But I'm not gonna lie, that dinner for 2 or meal for 2 or whatever, it's a lot of daggone food for $12.50. So I
Where
ate
at
on it
Taco Bell,
yesterday.
you said?
Yeah, Taco Bell. So
all right. Well, I'm gonna get this back started.
yes, you can eat your salad.
Well, it's about gone now.
Plus, we wanna see what this man has to say.
Yeah. True.
We'll
I'm eager to
see.
hear.
We'll see. My thing is that I just, at this point, anything MSP for me is a no. It's a no for me, dog. I'm good.
Mm.
I don't believe nothing. I don't believe nothing that they touch.
Well, I mean, they haven't seemed to be very,
Honest, trustworthy,
yeah, responsible.
responsible. Yeah,
Any of
they
the good
haven't.
words.
Yeah, all those good words that police officers are supposed to be. Yeah, they haven't been any of those.
Right.
So this poor guy is by the company that he keeps is not good. So not his fault, but I can't. I mean, him saying data points and blah blah blah. You have no data points. You have guesstimates. It's different. And everything he's going off of is the information he was fed from Proctor and the rest of them. Squeaker says thank you. I just saw everybody wished her a happy birthday. She's 12.
God love it.
So, yep. So, anyways. All right, ma'am. Let's go.
All right. Let's go.
Thank you. Good to see you. Close back.
Just watch your step for me.
Afternoon, Trooper. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may we have exhibit 587 back up on the screen?
Yes.
And this gentleman, that's the drone image. Trooper Paul, directing your attention to what's up on the screen that's now been marked as exhibit 587. Again, this is the last set of 4 diagrams of drone images that I presented before you before, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of taillight that are depicted within this diagram, did you put every single piece of taillight that was recovered on January 29th within this diagram?
No, I did not.
Fair to say you did also not put every piece of taillight that you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this particular diagram.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
However, when you were there in the daytime, what, if any, note did you take as to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of ambient street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to right up here, there's a light pole right there, overhead light pole.
And with relation to where you've marked as far as the final rest position of Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of items of evidence that were recovered from the scene, was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have lights back. Thank you very much. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st, 2022. At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what if anything did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so, I'm sorry, is it fair to say the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was located in that garage area?
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything else, did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point, did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes,
Was that day or at some later?
it was that day.
And was that in the garage area itself, or where did you perform the mechanical inspection?
We analyzed a little bit of the the steering and the brake pedals while it was sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway next to Camden PD.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs. Ask you to just review those, look up when you finish. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I've attached to my report.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next two exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side?
Yes.
And Ms. Gillen, if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down that scratches and there's a dent there. The broken taillight here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objections in the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dents that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent. I can see right there. That's my hand shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side taillight as well.
Yes.
And so, from what you observed of the driver's side taillight versus the passenger side taillight, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side
As compared to the left side of the tail light.
Yes.
So on the left side of the tail light, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the pump, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you. Mr. Wynn, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, we can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we're obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you inspected?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The way the Lexus item man was on an analysis was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much did the vehicle weigh according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. Both they were headlights and tail lights were both LED.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what if any significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED will most comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. Since there's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes.
And what does NHTSA stand for?
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexuses in general, make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lots of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
Similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is just, it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration and check its performance.
And sorry, you're on one moment, please.
Sure.
So the V-Box is attached to that vehicle, so it's, what specifically is it measuring?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-Box to intercept certain parameters, as like you can go, I want 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10, and then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. So it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
So from the V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
It's usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on that roadway surface that day, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regards to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And you describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests, or what speeds you were using, or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day.
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators all the way about as far as I could press it, and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour. And see what the performance it did at that time.
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-Box Sport using during those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from an acceleration. And it could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the course of those the reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask you this: as far as the operation of the vehicle, who was actually physically operating the vehicle?
I was actually operating the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you know during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There was no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test? How is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
They kept the vehicle fairly straight. It was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the 2 reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted 2 reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box Sport attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from?
Yeah, so the reverse braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour. And then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes, try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that?
It's just essentially the opposite of what acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the two reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what, if any, figure did you receive from the instrument, from the D-box score?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so it gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which is both are used the same way. This one was a point, I think it was 7.1.
Now, with regard, again, you're operating the vehicle during these two reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these two reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. If I was going forward this time, I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them till it stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
Did you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a 0.69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the defense vehicle?
Same as before, that brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
You indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with a spot event data recorder on EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the BOSS CDR software, and we'll attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, if it was braking, if there was, steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of, so there's a lot of, information around the vehicle.
May I approach you?
Yes.
When you have a document, sir, 7 pages in length, just ask you to review that when you're finished.
Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash route retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
590.
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with the vehicle?
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound a little terse when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of why not.
So what an airbag control module is doing, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, and like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially will wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick manner as, say, two cars would strike each other.
Now, with respect to crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with the term called delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean, like change of velocity, like it's also going to be within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to people as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies with pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happens, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians where their initial impact happens. Point to impact is the same thing. It's just more down to like the actual specific points at a specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of the, is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionists to formulate an opinion as to the area of it?
Yeah, so like I said earlier with the path of travel, so a lot of collisions most of our collisions we start where the final arrest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing, we're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from. And we know within that area, that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to the beginning of the first point of evidence that we found.
So somewhere towards the first point of evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one moment.
Yes.
Now, sir, are you also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you seen training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus.
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream it's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, yeah, they obviously did diagnostic stuff, so they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so each trigger, you can record this the same as you got to get your speeds, brakes, if the accelerator pedal's on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry. So Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer are equipped with camera systems. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle control?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the sort of physical process of the downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool. Can you explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
The same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port, and then up that software program, and we follow the steps, and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking acceleration test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage?
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought, is this relevant to our case? And I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota TechStream, as far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as in it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time, but it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control history?
Yes. So, I mean, this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
It's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that? The trooper, if I could direct you, I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And how many triggers was it, sir?
Can we count them?
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them. Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 23.
Oh, yeah. So 22 separate triggers. So in my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12,665 to 12,666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12,665 and miles 12,666, that's 12,665 to 12,666, correct?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. Let's take a step. Sorry. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again. And that would be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers, or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you the documents. He's asked you to look at that, look up. Finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Call off the seat to introduce the minutes and exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. The 591.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return it to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish this for the jury. Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information and where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. These are the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the within this table, sir, there are two triggers recorded at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to
You have to either come close or speak up even louder, Mr. Howard.
I will speak louder.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem for the court reporter.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah, so yeah, I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that, I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, you another document, sir? Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those were the Google directions. I put them in table and put in my report.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm wanting to introduce the witness next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 592. Thank you.
All right, I have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I return it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
So, if you could, Mark, 2 minutes or Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
These are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage rules.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dayton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes. So which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance and I did a min and the max distance of, and the minimum was 36.1 and a max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Mer. She is over him.
She's so over him. She's like, there's no mic over there, Lally.
Yeah, I know. And then he said that about the lights. I'm like, what in the world does lights have to do with you talking loud? I was confused.
We're
like, do
all
you have-
confused when Lollipop is up there.
I'm like, what is it? Is it kind of like you have to like
turn the
what
radio
is
down
that
to
when
see
they
the street
turn the
sign?
radio down when you're trying to drive, yeah, or talk?
Yeah, see the street
Yeah.
sign. Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, I gotta turn the radio down. What's that got
Oh my
anything to do with?
gosh. I mean, okay, so barring the reconstruction map, I mean, he's got good information. I think he's probably lost the jury at this point.
You are unmuted.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, well, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes to travel, is that correct?
Yes,
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance travel to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes,
Yes.
only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max, as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the two triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with some sort of a label as far as these two different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I labeled them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and one other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
First, Your Honor, you have another document asking you to just review that before we finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
The 593.
And again, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I return this to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With more information, may I-
Yes.
He cut him off.
So with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles A.
Okay. So each row starting from the top is the vehicle tow history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it, right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, then it goes up to 5, then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll just put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here, and that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed, zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So it starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds backs up to. It goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. I read that right. And next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just for a second, sir. As far as the accelerator pedal opening angle,
correct.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of it?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it was, zeros not pressed and 100%, it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher in this way Toyota labels it. So then that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And also shows start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%. And that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. And so up to 50% and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Now, as far as this data is concerned for the VCH data from the Toyota tech stream, what, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
So on this label right here, so it shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal. And the steering wheel showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again. And also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could just retrieve the one we got before.
So, yep.
A document that I've just handed you now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report for as labeled as 12,629 miles B.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come up, see, do for minutes of next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 510.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to, just go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission.
Thank you,
this
Your Honor.
time.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could. And you recall, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage or the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles peak, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
This occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note as with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as you said. The vehicle control history time is, if I can see that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And what's good, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. It's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle's speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this data from 12629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within on the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table of chart?
What, say that again?
How long a period of time does this depend?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole this one?
Just this one.
Okay, so this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data also?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It just shows slowing down zeros like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel. How far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this table?
74.5 starts at the 8 seconds.
Now, as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speed reported at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral, then goes down, then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight, it stops, then gets placed in reverse, and then goes back, goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in the steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think the far it goes is left is at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle at 13.5%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel was obviously caused by operator traveling only small amounts, about right, and up to here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Let me grab that one.
There you go.
And present you with another document. You recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Hard practice. Call the seat to introduce him to the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
You can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Okay. Trooper Paul, from what's depicted up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this portion of the data.
Yeah, so I circled in here the drop from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the accelerator opening ratio kind of stays consistent at 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Follow that back.
Yep.
I'm showing you another document. So.
Okay.
You recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart I have attached, I calculated and attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see if you introduce the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. So go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked you this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,609B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the this vehicle speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thanks. I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B, what, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point in there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I believe it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
Yes.
what, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, we can break down each injury, due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this, in this particular case, with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expand upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle along the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and then to the left due to this more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to it being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular for pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant?
So, yeah, so when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have, somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they would have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as the pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. He would have, his right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yeah,
the car would.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a
Sorry.
little bit.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and by rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle as you do in like a lot of traditional forward projection crashes. The vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area, or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention, Trooper Ball, back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department. You mentioned that, or you testified earlier, at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras, and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras in the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first, just describe for the jury, when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we're trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we would go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically, would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
Why?
Due to was most, like you said, what I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what a pedestrian would, an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes trooper recorded it.
My apologies. Before I get to that, sir.
Okay.
I could turn your attention just back to the text stream just for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs to ask you to look at those.
Okay.
First, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize those.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the, showing that taking out the infotainment system.
The what system?
Infotainment system.
And the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything. That was Trooper Nick Marino's did the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They had tools that to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a.
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they're an accurate portrayal of what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce the next 7 exhibits.
Any objections to Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing notes. What are those 5 photographs?
7.
7.
No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just follow.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the photograph labeled.
She's like, yes.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 597?
Yes,
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
that's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have EEP3. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and is marked as Exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
And as far as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had, the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in reverse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
And hey, Kel, it's good to see you.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
So that's how this vehicle is started and stopped, essentially, is a push button start, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP22. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as Exhibit 601?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, show satellite here. Looks like that's the navigation.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. If I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on part of the pavement or the curbing, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact did that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st, you mentioned that that was memorialized with photographs as well as video. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you two discs.
Okay.
You recognize those?
Yes.
And those are the recordings of the visibility or the braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm obviously introducing the mix tonight.
Oh my God. It's like yes is the word of the day. Everybody's saying yes.
Remind me to tell you what's funny about the experts versus the non-experts.
Mm.
Before we get to those videos, Trooper, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, 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 yes. As many yeses as they keep
So I'm
on
showing you
saying
another
there in that
series of
courtroom. I'm waiting on
photographic tests.
I'm waiting on somebody in the courtroom to say I'll have what she's having. If anybody has met When Harry Met Sally, you get that reference. I'm just saying. Okay.
You cracked me up.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photos from the backup cameras and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes next.
Okay.
No objection.
Jackson isn't even waiting anymore. He's like, yeah, we don't object. We don't care.
Yeah, he don't care. He's like, it's Friday.
Yeah,
Y'all are
go ahead, put him in.
dumb.
This whole non-traditional pedestrian vehicle accident.
Mm-mm-mm.
Well, traditionally it would be this, but in this case, it was totally something different.
Mm.
Do a whole lot, sir. Sit down. Oh, he is sitting down. Stand up, then sit
And
down.
then sit down.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from this packet, photograph 2612. Trooper, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 610?
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle, showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle on approach?
Yes, so this has a straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera. And the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on the screen right now, as far as the vehicle on the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or a little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what, if any, auditory cues are also part of this system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increases in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it, what, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you?
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to
Yeah.
an object, correct?
Yep.
Exactly, Kel.
Now, with respect
Exactly.
to sort of the middle of the screen here, up on the dashboard, what if anything do you observe there from the direct
Oh,
jury's
yeah, when
attention to
Harry
what,
met
if any,
Sally,
devices are up there right now?
classic,
Yes, so right
classic
here, the
movie.
this blue device, that's the V-Box Sport attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attach to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate it around.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2618. And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah, so this this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is the 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take this down. I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
This looks like it's still got about an hour left. I'm going to put it on 1.25. Is that okay with you guys?
Yes, please, please, please. Because they got a voir dire. They let them go at like 3:50 or something, and then they had a voir dire on the on something that he's testifying to,
Okay.
but
I'll
I
put
can't
it on-
remember now.
I'll put it on 1.5, see if that's too fast. If it is, then I'll drop it to 1.25. All right, let's go.
Now, Trooper Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle in this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as visibility.
Okay, yeah. I got to drop it back down to 1.25. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Lally's like, blah, 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 which is pretty much fine because I don't care what comes out of his mouth at this point. But
visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and
Spins
the
is like,
visual and
oh,
auditory?
goodness.
Everything seemed to be working properly.
That was fast.
Now, when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the dashboard?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take, as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, very quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height or taller.
And with respect, your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point, were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
Now, with respect to the visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar, so exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is just like you said, we used a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now, when that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking or cameras or anything else as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as visibility was concerned?
Yeah, so if it was placed right next to the vehicle, you would be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it maybe like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy and the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could, I would ask, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the 2 videos that were just introduced.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the exterior video first.
Just for the record, they are 604 and 605.
And, Gilman, if you could pause there for a moment. First of all, with respect to, just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted this test.
Yeah, so this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera angle.
The vehicle is right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press it.
Okay.
So if I could ask you to pause there for just a moment. Would you recall during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those, the highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour, is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that BCH data for the second or the B of those 2 data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire. So it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, the sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press away from here.
Maybe no screeching of the tires, but you'd hear a 6'2" man be pummeled by a vehicle. Sorry.
Don't forget though, they had music playing in the house. Remember that.
Whatever, yo. I, I can't. I cannot. I'm so disgusted with this whole thing. With this
I'm
whole
only saying
thing.
that too because, everybody had the same memory that they were playing music
Oh yeah,
on the
it was music.
speaker.
And Colin left at 12:10, but we didn't get there till 12:18. But we were there, and he was gone, and then he left. But we saw him leave.
Yeah, and then Jed McCabe only looked out the door every 3.5 minutes.
Seconds, ma'am, seconds.
Something, yeah.
I mean, I've been yelling this the whole time, but Kel brought it up too. This is not even a true. This is.
Yeah, it's not. Mm-mm.
It's. I can't. I can't with any of this.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Lollipop, she told you not to ask, yo. Just do it. Oh my God.
Again, to recall with reference to what's up on the screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible.
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done?
Not to be confused with
acceleration or
license.
braking test, or are we looking at visibility?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, please press.
That dude's almost keeping up with him. No way he's going 30 miles an hour backwards. You a whole lie. I can't.
I could ask you to just bring it back to the focus. Super Paul, as far as this is a closer up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser points may be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser point, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on the screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on the screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line further behind the vehicle.
Then in the camera view.
The actual camera view shows that's where our puncher bag dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
And Ms. Gilman, for the record, this is about 34 seconds in, if you could press play from here.
The closed caption is the best.
Now, Super Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at One Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153.
Objection may be approached.
Yes.
Oh, thank God. This means it's getting close. Morgana, I have had more fun with the closed captioning on these cases, not even just read. I mean, like all of them. I don't know if I think they're using AI or something. I mean, even on like with M and watching Golden Girls and the closed captioning, like it's not even close.
Yeah.
Like it's not even close. Like it's like, she was very happy. And then, but Dorothy says, she was ecstatic to be going to the prom. I mean, it's like, but all it says is she was very happy. You're like, sir, what? A Super Bowl. Okay, so the ring video is what they had to do the voir dire on, which means we're getting close.
Okay.
But if Lolly asks him if he sees snow falling off the window, I'm gonna walk to Massachusetts and sock him in his eye holes. Because all they have to do is look at the tire. The AV guy for the defense did it. He zoomed in. The tire moved. End of story. The snow doesn't matter.
Right.
But they can't look at that. You know why? Because the tire moves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm
The whole
angry
tire
today. I
moves.
got aggression. I got
The whole tire
aggression.
moves. The whole tire moves.
I'm mad. This is such
I ain't even
BS.
gonna lie. I am about so over this trial, I could vomit.
Supposedly, the state is the Commonwealth's supposed to rest on Tuesday.
Oh God, thank you.
Now, I don't know how because they haven't voir dired. I mean, they could. Maybe they'll voir dire the experts after they rest. But at some, I mean, I'm not saying I'm all that in a can of beans, okay, or a bag of chips, but I have firsthand knowledge of like 5 different facets of this crap. And I'm sitting here going, y'all are so full of crap right now. Traditionally, they would go from here to here, but in this instance, he went from here to here. The only blunt force trauma that I know of course, we wouldn't know because we haven't seen the ME, but is to the back of the head. That's not that, sir. Sorry.
Sorry, QB Dale's in here, and I was just chatting with
That's
him for
okay.
a quick
I
second
was
before
just
he runs down.
losing my mind. I can't even with any of this. The whole Google Maps pictures of the scene, and no, sir, no. You actually go to the scene, you take pictures. You take pictures of you video the drive there. I mean, bro, oh my God. I can't. I can't. Sorry, y'all. I can't deal with BS. At least with the first chick, I mean, she was smart and she knew her information and she did exactly what they asked her to do. It's not her fault that they said only look at this particular subset of information. Why they wouldn't have her? If you want to prove, if you saying that the defense is a whole lie, right? They're a whole crap lie, okay? Then why would you not have that brilliant mind run her software, her 57 types of software, to show that Jen McCabe didn't delete no text messages, or that she didn't answer calls, or that they went to voicemails, or any of the other things that said Higgins and Brian Albert and all of them, their 22-second. I mean, I'm mad.
Mm.
I'm having an airhead because Lollipop is an airhead. So I'm going to eat an airhead. I'm packing up final orders until no more. Sorry, I don't mean to be chewing the airhead in your ear.
Hey.
I literally just shoved a whole airhead in my mouth. I didn't even bite it.
I love those, but I can't hardly eat them. I get this thing where I like cannot swallow them, and then I get it's like
It's
I don't
scary.
know. It scares the crap out of
It
me.
is scary.
Yeah,
You know what
and
my
I'm
biggest fear is?
choking.
Okay. My biggest fear is suffocation. Okay.
Mm.
My biggest fear, food wise, like choking wise, is a piece of lettuce. Because
Piece
I've
of
seen it
lettuce.
happen. Yes, because I've seen it happen. And what happens is it acts as a reverse flap over your esophagus. Spence is yelling at me because I'm chewing. Can you hear me chewing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I
She knows I
mean,
hate that. No, she knows I hate that. So me doing it is just ridiculous. But it's a reverse flap. So when you breathe in, it
It
covers
closes
over.
it up.
Yes, it closes. And if it gets seated right in your throat, now no one will ever eat a salad
Yeah,
again.
and I just had a salad, and now I don't wanna eat a salad ever again. Thank you
Every
so
time
much.
every time I eat lettuce, I eat shredded lettuce. Like I shred it.
Well, I eat the big leafy greens that's not shredded.
Yeah, every time I have a salad, I'm like, mm. Like I like raw spinach. Spins, I'm sorry, I can't type right now, but I'm sorry that I chewed in the phone. I know I hate it. I just stick something in my mouth to shut myself up.
Kel, so the prosecution
All
had an
right.
agenda, and we're not looking for the
appreciate
actual
you.
truth of what
You
happened.
are unmuted.
A few
100%.
things. So I'm going to send you home for the day because the lawyers and I are staying, and Trooper, I'm going to ask you.
Yay!
Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible. Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday, you will be off. We'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday.
What's
We'll
Wednesday?
have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday.
Juneteenth.
It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we
Oh.
are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week. Okay, so we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you
Don't
happen
go to
to
the
see, hear,
waterfall.
read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will
Yeah,
see you
don't go
on
to the
Monday. Monday will be
waterfall.
a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All rise for the Lord, please.
You are muted.
Sheriff, follow me, please.
Ay, ay, ay.
The defense experts. And they'll be off Wednesday. I'm gonna miss 2 days.
So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally.
Now, Trooper Paul, as I was asking you before, with respect to, have you had occasion to see a ring video from
What, ma'am?
Mr. O'Keefe's house on One Meadows Avenue, depicting the defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
Your Honor, to save time, I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
She already
Both, go
knows
ahead,
it's
Ms. Gannon, you
coming.
Show yours, and then I'm going to ask the defense.
153.
Bye, Margaret. Be safe.
Now, Trooper, from your observations from this video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Love
Yes.
you, Margaret.
Now, in addition to
Have a good
your observations of this
evening.
video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some points, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance that you observe, the significance of the impact between the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe on his vehicle at that time?
The photos are now.
Right now.
Oh, yeah. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play this.
I told you.
All right, can I see the other video? Please.
Did
I
he say the
knew.
snow don't move?
Yep, I knew he was gonna. He did that the other day. Every witness, he was like,
Yes,
"Did you
I
see
think
the
it's
snow
on.
move?"
I know it's in evidence, but I think it's on your computer, your hard drive.
Good Lord.
I like how she's like, "I want to see the defense's video." You know, where it's blown up on the tire.
This video, Patricia, is the one where Karen backs out and hits John's vehicle.
And mind you,
Where
she pulls out.
breaks her tail light.
But look at the tail light.
Right. It's
It's all
intact.
there. Hey, look at it. I'm a.
All right. Thank you. Okay, could you turn the lights on, please?
Your Honor, if I could.
I felt like Bev was talking to you.
Sure.
Purposes. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked
She
as
said,
Exhibit
"Okay."
549.
And before you do that, what is the exhibit we just saw through your IT person? What
It's
number?
the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It's just magnified for purposes of this of showing.
It doesn't matter to me if the snow moves or not.
Okay.
You
We just
see the
magnify it.
tire
Okay.
move.
All right.
So
Thank you.
what's their point?
Go ahead, Mr.
He's
Young.
saying it didn't impact it enough to bump the snow off, but they also. I don't want to talk
Exhibit,
over
do you
them.
recognize
But
what's
they,
up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, in which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
Go ahead.
they also argued that you can't have it both ways. They argued that it had the snow had melted and it had rained, it refroze, it was frozen. That's how the miraculous hair made it from, wherever Dighton to Canton, a 70-mile trip, stuck to the side of the vehicle because it was frozen on there. But let's just say the powder of snow didn't fall off. So apparently she never hit the car. Shut up. Sorry. I cannot. And I love the attitude that Bev has had this week. It has changed other than Monday morning with the thing with the experts, and he was being hyperbolic, and he was, and he should be. He was making a record, and it's crap. Lally lied. He should be sanctioned. He should be sanctioned for lying on a motion. He straight up lied. And but other than that, she's been pretty consistently good with both sides. More so, I would even say the defense. And the fact that she said, "Show me the other one with the tire." Yeah, he. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. I know there's no damage to his vehicle. Blah blah blah.
Well, I noticed last week, and I thought it was just, because I said something about, is it just me or does it feel like she's softening up to the defense? And then I was like, well, maybe it's just that she's aggravated with all of them.
Yeah, I
aggravated.
initially noticed that she was not so much with the defense, being nicer to the defense, but that she was irritable with Lally. That's when I said they had a lover's quarrel. Sorry. She was really like agitated with him. And today she's cracking me up. He can't even finish what he's trying to say. She's like, yes, Lally, yes. Jolie.
Hold on, I gotta go see what she's hollering about.
She's probably hollering about the same thing QB hollering about. She's like, even I can see. I'm 5. I can see y'all a whole lie.
Oh, somebody's at the door. I don't know who it is. Hold on a minute.
Okay, I got this. Exactly, Kel.
The rear, sorry.
Oh, wait.
John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, kind of you see it
Sorry,
from.
what was the answer?
It was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. Sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Now, as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection.
We need a foundation on this.
So, Trooper, over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time? As far as you know?
I've been primarily on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involves vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that experience in relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
So obviously, the higher the speed, the more damage. The lower speed, the less damage.
And what, if any, from the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, was that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor.
It is not consistent with the taillight in this collision.
And why not?
For one thing, the collision, the taillight is, let's say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground, and there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some sort of scratching, maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And with respect to, I think you just answered it. So as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the taillight of the defense vehicle?
It'd be probably higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of voir dire, I need to hear all this. Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal, maybe it would crack a taillight or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different. And also, you know, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle and a collision sequence?
The bumper is, you know, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle, from one vehicle to another vehicle. It kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, you know, the tail lights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles, the speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have, specifically as also as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also the bumper in itself in here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection.
No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
And again, sir, why not?
For one thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no damage to that, significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
I have nothing further on that.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
What do you mean?
You just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
No, I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light.
Right.
We're talking about the tail light.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the tail? Are we talking about the bumper?
Yeah, we were talking about the taillight.
So one person at a time, you're both talking over each other.
You started talking about the bumpers.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
And you said, well, you'd expect one of them to like slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
Yes or no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the
this is a
Traverse,
voir dire. I need the information,
you
Mr.
asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
I said, when
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but
Mr. Jackson, just for, there's no jury here.
I
This
will-
is for purposes of what I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better off I am in being able to rule on.
All right, let me take a breath.
So this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test?
Sorry, I missed whatever happened.
So Lally asked questions and he said that the level of the height of the Lex, I'm sorry, he said the height not right, making me crazy. Up with the Traverse and there was no damage on the Traverse. And then he was talking about she had a scratch on hers, but then he didn't have anything on his. But then it could have been that hers is glossy and his is matte. Maybe that's why it showed up on hers. Well, sir, she didn't hit the car. Pardon. First of all, yeah, AJ's pissed. I'm pissed, and I'm not even there. But first of all, they're assuming that she hit him hard enough to blow that entire tail light out. We all know that that is not how that tail light got to the Sally Port. Okay, there's too many pictures everywhere showing that tail light intact. It did not crumble. Okay. Second of all, you don't know if the snow had melted and frozen or whatever, and it was higher up, had her a little higher up or a little, or like he would be lower down, she would be higher up maybe. You don't know. And what Jackson is saying is that you didn't do a reconstruction like every other reconstruction. He never took that vehicle over and matched it up to the Traverse. Like, why wouldn't you do that? You want to prove it?
It just sounds all sorts of. I mean,
And
really though.
The really sad part about it is, Jenny, is that if she did this, accident, not on accident, whatever, if she didn't do it, the fact that I don't personally think all of this stuff, everything is nefarious. I think a lot of it is sheer laziness, sheer not doing what they need to do because they figured they'd done this so many times that it wouldn't matter. Well, we did a reconstruction. So your reconstruction sucks. Okay. It's not even close. It's not even close to the conditions. That's not a reconstruction. That's you going reverse in a Lexus. Okay. It's not the same thing. And, so I think a lot of it is laziness. Okay. They could go to the officer's house to get the leaf blower, but they couldn't go up the road to the PD to get proper bags, to get proper evidence stuff. It's crap. It's crap. And this woman's life is on the line. And even if she did it, the family deserves to know what happened. And I'll put $1 on the wall right now. We will never know what actually happened.
Oh yeah, yeah. 100%.
We will never know what actually happened because of this crap.
Right.
Because of this crap. And so what happened with AJ was he was sounding like me and he was getting irritated and he was talking real fast and he kept objecting and he kept saying yes or no answer, yes or no answer. And Bev is actually right. She's like, look, you want me to not let this evidence in. Let me hear everything so that I can make a decision. And he's like, you're right. I'm going to take a deep breath. But I get it. I mean, I'm over here mad and I got no dog in the fight. But I'm just looking at this. I'm like, how do you look in the mirror at night after you prosecute this case, knowing all of this stuff, and we're talking about Lollipop. He has put them up there. He knows what this stuff is. You got to be kidding me. I can't. But that reconstruction, that was not a reconstruction. That was him driving a Lexus backwards 20 3 miles an hour. We'll even go, it was her Lexus. Somebody asked that
Right.
earlier. Whoever asked that, yes, it was her vehicle. I think it was Margaret.
Yeah, it was hers.
But I mean, that is not a reconstruction. That is not a reconstruction. And him, I was telling them, I think you were probably with Dale, but I was telling them, like, when you do a reconstruction, you drive the road. Okay. You video you driving the road. You video the scene. You take pictures at the scene. You don't take Google Earth pictures. Okay. And then plant things in where you think the stuff was. Like I said, my map, my picture is probably just as accurate as his is. It's a Google
Well,
Earth
I don't
picture. It just
know.
doesn't have snow on it. That's the difference.
Right. She's gone. She's gone. Oh, come to find out it was my neighbor that was picking at the door. I couldn't see anybody and I didn't see a car in the driveway. And when I opened the door, there was like nobody there. And when Dale's not home, I don't open the door unless I look out the window first to see who it is, right? And if I don't know the person, I'm not going to open the door. But anyway, QB, baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. Anyway, and there was nobody there. And I was like, but it was so funny because Jolie come in here screaming, Grace, 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 it's Grace, it's Grace. And I was like, what? And then I heard like a little pick, pick, pick at the front door. And I was like, wait a minute, what is she saying? So anyway, for a split second, I thought, oh Lord, don't tell me Grace has come all the way over here to surprise me. But no, it was Grace, but not my Grace. It was the Grace that lives next door. Her name is Grace. So funny. Are you there, QB?
I'm here.
Hi.
I don't know what part of my rant I fell off on, but I'm done. I'm taking a deep breath like AJ.
I just feel like the whole thing is shoddy the right word?
Yeah, shoddy's good.
That's what it feels like. They tried to put it off on her and they didn't expect her to fight back like she did, and now that she is, they're scrambling to get some sort of a semblance of an investigation.
Yep. I
And
mean,
there is
think about it, Jenny. 16 hours in, he had it hook, line, sinker done. He had talked to Jen McCabe. He had talked to Brian Albert and Matt McCabe. He had talked to and had gotten the report from the firefighter EMT Famati, who got his information from McLaughlin, who's friends with Caitlin.
right.
And you know, here's my thing. If I was a juror, right? When they came out and they did that opening statement and they were like, Karen Reed was framed, right? And they start going, naming all these things, right? And the lead investigator was looking for nudes and he was da-da-da-da-da, and he was this, that, and the other. And he was saying she should unalive herself and all this stuff. And I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I was sitting there going, come on, man.
Right.
I mean, I've heard some good stories. Y'all spinning a good story. And I had heard the huffle and puffle, you know, but you don't know nothing until you see the evidence.
Right.
And then we saw the evidence. And then we heard the text messages. And everything that they have said, they haven't even started their case yet. And everything that they have said in their opening statement has been shown to be true.
Right.
So as a juror, what do you do? I'm looking at the judge going, look, you can go ahead and just seal this. Let's just close this up. They don't even have to come up here. We're done. We already know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, and the directive verdict, those are like 5% of the time they'll get a directive verdict, and it's usually if there's some kind of I mean, there's been tons of bad stuff. Count to 10 and then swallow it. I like that. I ain't even on my Wi-Fi, girl. This is on 5G. Y'all talking about my Juicy Jewels. Hello, how are you?
Hi, Juicy Jewels.
This ain't even my Wi-Fi. I'm on 5G. My Wi-Fi is out.
I feel like Juicy Jewels has been here before, or am I mistaken?
I feel like possibly, but I don't
think
know.
that I had accused Juicy Jewels of being a troll at one point.
I was thinking the same thing, but I was trying not to say that.
But maybe they really are. But I feel like they came in here one time and said something like, "Are you a troll?" And they were like, "No, I'm not a troll." And I was like, "Okay," but I can't remember. Hey, Juicy Jewels, if you're not a troll, hi.
If you're not a troll, if you are a troll, get out. But anyways,
let's coming in hot.
Nightbot, I know Nightbot was like, "Look, listen, we don't have none of that in here."
I don't know.
Meow.
All right. I want to rewind this back and put it on normal speed because I want to see what happens in this, and I want to hear Alan Jackson get upset.
Okay.
Morgana says, "Hey, non-troll Juicy Jewels." Oh. Anyway, all right, let's go back and I'm going to rewind it. How much of it did I miss? Like, about right there.
Have you had occasion to see a ring video?
Oh, wait, let me put it on normal speed. Normal.
Video from Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue, depicting a defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
Your Honor, to save time, I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Both. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman, you show yours, and then I'm going to ask for the defense.
153.
You see what this thing did? It threw me all the way back to the very beginning. It did what it does best. Look at that.
And I was expecting we were ready for it yesterday, and it didn't do it.
Brats.
But you could probably speed up a little bit because they're going to watch the two videos. We've already watched those because that's where the snow came in.
Okay, yeah. I remember that part now.
Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue, snow was falling.
Yes.
You may refer to this time. Your Honor.
I'd like to show you.
That's what I
From
remember.
this video, it's in you observe. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 549.
And before you do that, what is the exhibit we just saw through your IT person? What
It's
number?
the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It's just magnified for purposes of this, of showing it. In other words, the magnification is not embedded in the video. It's the
Okay.
same video.
Okay,
We just magnified it.
okay.
We got it.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, in which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
It's the rear, sorry, John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, kind of you see it
All right,
from.
what was the answer? I
It
didn't
was-
hear.
Sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. And sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Now, as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection.
We need a foundation on this.
So, Trooper, over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time with the cars unit?
I've been primarily on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involves vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that experience in relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence, and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
So obviously the higher the speed, the more damage, the lower speed, the less damage.
And what, if any, from the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, is that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor.
It is not consistent with the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
For one thing, the collision, the tail light is, what I say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground, because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground, and there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some sort of scratching, maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And with respect to, I think you just answered it. So as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
It would be probably higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of voir dire, I need to hear all of this. Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal, maybe it would crack a tail light or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different. And also, you know, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle and a collision sequence?
The bumper is, you know, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle, from one vehicle to another vehicle. And it kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, you know, tail lights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles, the speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have specifically also as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side of starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a like little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also the bumper in itself and here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have some, why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection.
No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
And again, sir, why not?
For thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no damage to that, significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Did you ever put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
What do you mean? You
just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
No, I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light. We're talking about the tail light.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the tail light? Or are we talking about the bumper?
Yeah, we were talking about the taillight.
So one person at a time, you both are talking over each other.
You started talking about the bumpers.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
You said, well, you'd expect one of them to like slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
Yes or no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the
this
Traverse,
is a voir dire. I need the information, Mr.
you asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
I said when
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but
Mr. Jackson, just for, there's no jury here. This is for purposes of what I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better off I am in being able to rule on.
Let me take a breath.
So this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test where you backed the Lexus up against the Traverse?
we did not.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No.
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
No.
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
I haven't done any tests, and I've seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever had a crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the reconstructionist. Give me an estimate of how fast you think that SUV was going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like 1-2 miles per hour.
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars had collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question.
Dude, answer the question.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that have made contact at about a mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I've been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts.
Okay. How low speed?
Like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes.
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstances? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right? Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Have I gone to crashes that I've seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube, makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
Not normally. It's usually something with car impacts.
Like, what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something, chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right, against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You will still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal analysis here.
You admit, you got to agree with me, that there are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking, right?
Say again, like on least.
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Lally.
I'm trying to answer your question. Sorry, yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up on a bumper. Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? At a low speed impact.
A taillight might crack in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question. Remember that?
Come close, yeah.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, and I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Traverse.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to why there's this two different paint materials there, that why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there, so that wouldn't leave on there. So
you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact, you don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what I suggested that when you asked me that a second ago. Yeah. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know, because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did come in contact with the bumper to bumper, but I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse move in that video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I don't really know. It's been a little while,
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
like a year ago, I think.
Okay. So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right here? I'm looking at your entire CARS report.
Yes.
Put anything in this CARS report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and I watched it first time on court TV. So
who on court TV during this trial?
like
Prior hearing.
no, when it was on TV at some point.
When
Dude,
did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about you testifying about this video?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
A
understand.
couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago? Is it 10 days ago?
Days ago? 2 weeks ago? I mean, 2 weeks ago? Couple? Two?
Where did you two meet?
this dude's
At the
like,
DA's office.
Was that at your request or was it at that at Mr. Lally's request?
I
It
would,
was
if
a
I were
pre-conference
him,
hearing,
I
or
would
pre-trial
jump up
hearing.
and say,
Right.
can I gotta go poop. I gotta use the bathroom. I
He
gotta
ain't
go.
coming back on Monday. He ain't
Lord
coming back
have
on Monday. He gonna go MIA. He gonna be like, deuces, I am not coming back.
Mm.
I am not. I paid enough for this. Do you know how much they get paid? Do you know how much this dude right here gets paid a year?
Mm-mm.
$135,000 a year. He's one of the lowest paid troopers at the MSP.
Wow.
Glad you're home, Margaret.
Yay, you're home. Steph says, I can't handle Lally. It was after listening to these people, but did we get anything good today?
A whole bunch of lies and fake reconstruction.
Yeah.
Half aid reconstruction.
He did draw a short straw, Mark Patricia.
He drove backwards in a Lexus.
Oh my God. But not in a blizzard, he didn't.
Not in a blizzard, not in icy conditions. There weren't even snow on the ground. I mean, there was snow on the ground, but there weren't snow on the pavement.
Mm-mm. All right. Let's go.
Let's go.
Sorry, pre-trial conference, sorry.
Done?
Yep. Yes.
We're talking over each other. I'm trying not to talk over each other.
I'm trying not either.
Let's both try harder.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
For my pre-trial,
Yes.
okay.
Paul.
Adam Lally.
Who was at the meeting?
Right, sitting right here, Lieutenant Tolley.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Ms. Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct?
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes,
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
yes,
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not impact you saw or lack thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
yes,
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes,
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think I just, well, no, it's not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balance. And for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had
My
what?
checks and balances, sorry.
Checks and balances.
Just make sure we're on the same page of what we
Why you
understand
getting nervous, bro?
what's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page.
Want to make sure you're on the same page, yo.
Yes.
Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were
Well,
watching
what
the video,
page
were you
is
writing
that? Because
something
he
down?
ain't got no notebook.
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Ms. McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if people were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our our little conference.
Did you give him an opinion? We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, 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 I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
What did you tell him in the meeting?
What we talked about already in the stand here.
Okay. So what you relayed to him was exactly what you've relayed in this court.
Yes.
All right. And he asked you, sorry, he told you that he was going to ask, I'm going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
Yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
He told me the video and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So they asked my opinion on, do you think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he said, and he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me to make sure jurors, that's my opinion on, it doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be, that it was inconsistent with the taillight break?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No.
But you knew it would be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw, my professional opinion on what it is. If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments are not appropriate for the jury. They're also not very good for me, Mr. Jackson.
Understood, Your Honor. Did you formalize your new opinion? Because this is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of a report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you can turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Did you save those notes that you took about making sure that you were on the same page as Mr. Lally?
Yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of highlighted stuff that I want to make sure I memorize and remember my report.
Okay, I'm talking about notes specifically about this video, seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
No, I didn't have notes specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
Did you write anything down about the new opinion that you would come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
I'm just looking at it.
Yep.
And your opinion ultimately that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr. Lally?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Trooper, you are all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay?
He ain't coming back.
Lord have mercy.
He's on his way to Aruba.
He's like, I'm gonna go get drunk. I'm gonna go get drunk.
I'm going to the waterfall.
Jeez.
I'm going to the waterfall. The way Jackson left
All right.
that.
So you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's very clear that this is a blatant violation. Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert's going to testify to on direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe. It's a new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Sarah, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just, was it light out or was it dark out? This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented, both or talked about in opening statement and have presented variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right and that taillight lens could be cracked. That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing. And even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded because it's a discovery violation. It's late. We don't have time to prepare for it, and we're caught off guard. I use the word at sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
Well, that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word, let's just take it out of here, make your point, okay?
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well, I understand your argument, so focus on, just continue where you were, but no comment whether I like ambush or don't like ambush. It's a word I've heard a lot on both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of you. We didn't have opportunity to get this in advance. It's at least very least been in the Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can throw him. I think he did take notes about it. He was shown the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was providing a new opinion. And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of the 16 jurors, 15 jurors. We would ask for its exclusion, Your Honor. And also,
all right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the pattern, especially coming from counsel, I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Sarif, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony.
Lally, you are laughable.
Sir, you might want to just stop right now. You lucky you didn't get sanctioned on all them lies you put in that motion, sir. So
you know what? I love Goofy, the Disney character Goofy, but like he should be standing in that courtroom with like a whole Goofy costume on because he's plumb goofy.
He's a whole lie.
I don't even know.
I can't. He's a whole lie. I mean, he's gonna say laughable after he lied through his teeth on that motion. Sir, shut up. I don't even like that word. Shut up.
He's like, maybe if I act like I'm as mad as Alan Jackson's acting, I'll come off more like
I find it laughable.
Right.
I find you laughable, sir.
Okay.
Objection. Laughable.
I agree, Steph, with both your comments.
I'm so done. He had me mad today. Like mad.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had to stick a whole airhead in my mouth. Mad.
Well, we got what, about 5-6 minutes left? Let's
she's
this out.
Okay.
And
y'all gonna be mad.
Oh, really?
No. Maybe.
Okay.
That dude ain't coming back Monday.
About whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony. As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned, that was regarding reciprocal discovery that was given to the Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question of Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to, and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
understood.
Stick to what the arguments are. And
with respect to this witness.
Hold on. Quit the finger pointing name calling, things like that, please. I
Yes.
know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day, but just focus on what you want to argue to me.
And I apologize to the court for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm as a crash reconstructionist. This is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving damage to vehicles. Simply making an observation of contact between two vehicles or purported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise. And should be permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure to the defense? So showing this video and asking for information, what about that?
So, Your Honor, what I would say is I did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that's actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of while the case was pending, probably over a year ago, that he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the taillight observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Why wasn't that turned over?
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
Oh, now?
So it's late. I'm not ruling here. I want to review everything. I would like, I'm not obviously taking any of the evidence home with me. I would like, if it's possible, for what your IT person did on the expanding, like he did this second time, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the tire move this time. So I'd like that. I'd like that video, and I would like, what's the exhibit number here?
It's Exhibit 6. Do you want just that video, Your Honor?
And the pictures of the cars, whatever was shown during this voir dire, I would like those emailed to me so that I can look at them this weekend while I'm deciding, or put them on a flash drive right now.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We'll do a screen record and get it to the court by email. We can do that. I just need an hour once we get back to home base.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gilman, will you burn what you have for me before we leave somehow?
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to close one loop.
Okay.
What I was referring to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times. The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, it's not the only thing, but what I was referring to with Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, etc. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony that was in the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just want to make sure that that's clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No.
All right, so I'll see you Monday morning.
All right.
You are.
Shee, man, that was good. He made an observation after you told him your version of what happened. Sounds leading to me. Yeah. Mojitos? That sounds good, Steph. Grandpa Munster's multi-track lab. Jackson is an a-hole. Well, I mean, I guess that depends on who you're asking. If you feel like he is, I guess, you know. I personally think he's pretty incredible. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, Steph, you just got. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Yeah.
I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinions.
You can. You can unblock him. Time him out. Auntie Deb. Yeah.
Hi,
And
Joey.
to be fair, I love Grandpa Munster. Not this person. I don't know this person, but as far as the Munsters TV show goes, I love Grandpa Munster. Yeah. Well, they may be trolly. I don't know. Yeah. Auntie Deb, let's go. Do you have a link? Can you send me a link, Steph, for the one you want me to play? And I will play it before we go. And hope that they don't like strike me. Yeah. Grandpa Munster, we're fine with everybody's opinions. I don't want to, everybody has an opinion, right? But let's try not to name call, please, and thank you. Let me find my fave one. Okay. Okay. And then send it to me. Don't send it to me in text. Send it to me through, I guess, Discord. Because it'd be the easiest way for me to get it on the computer. Da, 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 da. What are you all having for okay, here's the link. Let me link. I can't grab it from here. It won't let me copy and paste it in StreamYard, Steph.
I'll get it. I got it. I'll send it in the back chat.
Okay. National Mojito Day.
All right. Then back chat.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
All right. So, hold on, let me.
Lauren, there are no dumb questions. Auntie Deb is a guy that does parodies about Judge Bev. No dumb questions. Thank you.
Okay, let me share the other screen. All right, so this is a parody, okay? This is a creator that you guys were just telling me about, and their channel name is Auntie Deb. I'm going to subscribe right now. So you guys in the chat, head over and subscribe as well. Looks like they've got quite a bit. Was it you that said this is part 9? So they've apparently got plenty of parts. Hello, True Crime Deduction. Hello. But I'm going to play this because I think it'll be a fun little...
Hey, True Crime.
It'd be a fun little ha-ha for the end of the day, right? Hold on just a second. My child is being the most.
You're okay, Lauren. I don't like when people say they're stupid or something like that, because there's no stupid questions. True crime, are you talking about this morning? Don't have confirmation. Just know one of them was asked to leave, and they said it was for. Actually, I thought she said for personal reasons, but she said for something like valid reasons or something like that. But they don't need to worry about it. So, I mean, I want something that's like. I mean, I've heard stories of what happened, but I don't want to. I mean, it's not my channel, so I'd let Jenny defer to Jenny for that. But
Oh, I'm back. Sorry, I just had to run
hey,
her.
no, it's okay.
You are the confirmation.
Well,
I mean, I would love to know what
I
happened.
mean, what's
but-
your yeah? I mean, what's your feed?
So they heard it was a mail, but I did send an email. No, that's all right. You don't have to send it.
No, I did. I mean, tell us what you got. I just wanted Jenny to be here before. It wasn't my decision to make.
Oh, what?
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Gonna need more context.
So the juror is
Why? I'm.
yeah. I don't know. All right, let's go ahead and watch this though. I want to see what this Auntie Deb is all about. And like I said, I'm gonna put this. Hold on, let me copy it and paste it over. There's the link to this Auntie Deb channel. And you guys, my dog just farted. Poppy, really? You want to hear me fart stuff? No, thank you, ma'am. Is that what you mean? No, I don't have one set up, true crime deduction. Not for this. I don't have one set up. This is a pretty new channel. I just don't have that set up yet. I mean, you're more than welcome to tell, to say in the chat what happened. I just, until I see things with my own eyes, I don't want to, I just take things with a grain of salt.
Thank you, Lauren. That was my point.
It really doesn't matter to me what happened. I really don't care what happened. I'm getting to the point where I'm like super over this trial. Like I'm ready to get this done and over with and move on to something else. To be fair. To be fair. No, that's all right, true crime. I'm actually going to finish this here and then I'm going to call it a day because I've been on for almost 6.5 hours and it's Friday and husband's gone to get some dinner and then, yeah. But thanks for the offer. I appreciate that. I'm going to click play on this and we'll check this one out.
Do this. You can do it. You can do this.
Oh God. I love her.
Interviewing a witness,
Watch, hold
are
on.
you more asking questions?
Wait.
or seeing- We
gotta
can do this. You can do
stop.
it.
Look at his hair. Look at his hair. Check his hair out. I like the hair. Okay.
You can do this.
You can do this. Okay. It looks like he's got a hockey puck in his mouth. Is that what that was supposed to be? I can't make what is that he's got in her what the court reporter has in her mouth. It looks like a hockey puck. God. Hold on.
When interviewing a witness, are you more asking questions or seeing if you can get any, if any, information?
I don't share specifics or any information about a
The
case.
bald heads.
The ball cap.
Oh my God.
Group message between me, Tony Funbags, DeChico,
Tony Funbags, really?
Frico, Swally, Moe, Mooly the Coolie, Riri, and Lemonface.
So she goes, I've never tried it. Doesn't it help you lose weight? Me and Jeff look at each other. I go, no, that's just a mystery. I don't want her to take it. More for us, you know? So then we go outside. What is the matter with this place?
I'm going to stop you right there, Mr.
Oh my God, you got a CPAP machine on now. I can't. Oh, the CPAP. That kills me. The wig is cute. I like the wig, but the CPAP machine is killing me.
Okay.
Come on. We're going to get obliterated out there, Lally. Do the old thing. No, not that one. Do the... Yeah. Yes. Oh, I am in that kind of a mood, Lally.
Oh my
That's
God.
the kind of mood I'm in today, Lally, okay?
Okay, I have a question though. What's up with the crab? Is it because it's Massachusetts or what?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I just wondered. Okay, hold on.
They don't know us, Lally. They don't know us, Lally. Okay? Let's show them what we can do, huh? Let's give them a show out there. Come on. Like old times. Lally, people friggin' love those two out there, Lally, okay? They are making us look like fools. Lally, you know what I found? They got their own merch, Lally. They got their own t-shirts, Lally, for Lally. They got their own merch. Lally, look at me. Don't you want a t-shirt, Lally, huh? Don't you want merch? Don't you want people walking around with little Lally t-shirts, huh? What, if any, shirts am I gonna get? Oh.
What if any? Oh my God. What if any? Boston seafood. 9 parts so far. The CPAP is killing me. The CPAP is killing me. It's my favorite part so far.
Or whatever, okay? Okay? Let's do this, Lally. We can do this. That's right, Lally. That's right. Yeah. Let's do it.
Come on, Lally, show him. Come on, Lally, show him. He wrote, rookie move, you
Oh.
You know when we say cops are framing, there's no one to blaming. Get the medical and your story will be credible. Yeah, sure, if you're into chicks with gaping, cavernous wounds.
Oh my God.
She got a used up.
What in the world? The White Claw. Did you see the White Claw? Is that supposed to be Adam Montgomery? Is that supposed to be Adam Montgomery? This is supposed to be Adam Montgomery. I think this is supposed to be Adam Montgomery because he's got that tear-shaped tattoo on his face. Oh, it's supposed to be Colin? Why does he have this tear-shaped tattoo on his face? I'm confused.
You're doing good, Lally. Lally. Oh, make him say it, Lally. Make him say it.
Yes, you can keep reading.
Al, she's a real nasty. We had Bristol County look, Fall River, Lizzie Borden with a swollen like the mouth of a tired. Boy, I'm gonna fry that. This would be much easier to do this if she were black.
Wow.
Even I've never said that about a chick before, and I'm.
Because of acting all thug online, he even has bloody knuckles like on the photo. I did see the knuckles, but the teardrop tattoo, I was like, wait a minute. Because Adam Montgomery is in like Massachusetts also, right?
He was. He visited there. They're in
Oh.
Tennessee, aren't they? Aren't they in Tennessee? No.
No. No, they're in Massachusetts.
I thought that's where he went.
New
I don't know.
Hampshire.
I can't remember.
Okay, New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was close. I was close. But yeah, the Julie with the White Claw, that was pretty hilarious. Harmony's mom is from Mass. Okay.
Gross. All right. Okay. Ooh, all right. Everyone, you're free to go, okay? Okay, thank you so. No, thank you.
Oh my God. I'm afraid that music's going to get me. If he's not, I'm afraid the music will. But I've got to go back and watch the rest of those. Yeah. Hold on. One more time. I'm going to copy and paste his channel link in the chat. Let's see. Auntie Deb. Okay. All right, you guys. Well, QB, today was a crazy day.
Was a crazy day.
Very crazy day. Hi, baby.
Hi, Jolie.
Oh, she's looking. She's like, wait. Where'd that voice come from?
Say hey, QB.
You say hey, QB? Hi. She just said hi.
I know. That's okay. I have a clip of her saying QB.
Yeah.
You did a great job with the unboxing, ma'am.
Yeah.
Did you unbox the mermaid?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was so pretty.
All right. Well, you guys, I'm going to hop. I'm going to go. It's the weekend. I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. We'll be back on Monday. I don't know if that dude there at the end will be back on Monday. Don't pull back. Don't do that. Tear up the microphone, baby girl.
He's in Aruba. He's headed to Aruba.
He's on an airplane as we speak.
Yep, he went straight to LaGuardia. Okay, that's New York. But anyways,
Yeah, thanks for joining me, QB.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. And
So
you guys, everybody send her all the good luck and all the good prayers and hugs and vibes and everything you got that's positivity, and send it to her, because
they
come
moved it up
Monday.
to 10:30. It was 11. Now it's 10:30. So I am getting some Jello. Because I can't eat after 10. But I can have clear liquids up until 8:30. Jello it is.
Jello.
Jello it is.
Jello is good for the soul when you've had to, a
Yep.
procedure.
So I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get. No, this is before the procedure. It might be after the procedure too, if I can keep the children out of it. But yeah. So that's the deal. They said it's choice anesthesia, which means that we will discuss it when I get there and I can make a decision. So I'll see y'all when I see y'all.
All right. Well, we love you and we're praying
Love
for
you
you.
and thank you. Jay's got your number, so
Okay.
he'll let somebody. If I don't let y'all know, he'll let somebody know.
Okay.
So, all right.
All right. You got this, ma'am. You got this.
All right. Y'all have a great weekend. Thanks for having me today, and I'll see y'all later.
All right. Bye, baby.
Bye.
Okay. I'm gonna scooch, get ready to eat some dinner, and spend the evening with the fam. So I will see you guys back on Monday, and we'll say 11 a.m. Eastern, okay? Okay. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys then. I love you all.